Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Stengol, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, brothers, and sisters. Welcome to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here at Sebring. My name is Chris Buxton, and I'll be one of your commentators throughout this qualifying session, or pair of qualifying sessions, I should say, for this evening. Oh, Mr. Pedersen, that's a little uncomfortable for you, sir. So, 2 qualifying sessions as mentioned. One in the daylight hours, one in the nighttime hours, and the average of those 2 qualifying sessions will be what decides the grid for tomorrow's 12-hour race. So then, top of the timesheets in the practice session yesterday are certainly showing very, very strong, promising form, was the Best Esports Simplexity squad, where we had pretty much 3 of their 4 drivers at the top of the timesheets all session long. However, we won't see that this time. We will see one car to each team. So we're not going to see multiple versions of kind of 18, etc., etc. Also, it's good to see a few, at least one more of our LMP representatives. We only saw 2 of them yesterday. We've only got 3 at the moment, admittedly. But hopefully we'll see a few more of our LMP squads come out to play. So both sessions are 2 hours in length. And as you can see, we have just gotten the first session underway. We're barely over 5 minutes into the 2-hour session at the moment, so not a huge amount to talk about just yet. We have a few preliminary times on the board, although we are getting rather close to the times that we saw yesterday. Now, again, as we talked about yesterday in the practice session, whether it's going to be a bit of an issue, we think. That's always the mystery, is that it's not clear cut as to what the rain is going to do. Now, for anybody who remembers Monza last year, we were constantly thinking the rain was going to arrive, and it never did. So this is how the weather map looks at the moment. Now, this is a real-time weather map. So this is actually what is going on stateside at the moment, and there ain't a lot going on there as far as rain is concerned. But for what we understand, the weather for the race is not going to be that straightforward. We may see a little bit of rain at some point, as we did yesterday. We didn't see a great deal of rain. We saw a little bit. It would have made the track a little bit slippery, but it was nothing that would have warranted any kind of operational strategy or anything like that. So, as mentioned, it was the number 18, the Burst Esports Simplexity squad, that were at the top of the tree yesterday in the practice session. Practice it isn't tantamount to anything as far as final positions are concerned. No Sebastian Deville in the DPI. You did that yesterday, sir. That's the number 33 Adrenaline car, trying to be reshaped at 100 kilometers an hour. That doesn't tend to go well. Dennis Shenko, now he had an amusing moment of trying to play hide and seek behind one of the advertising boards. Well, that's certainly what it looked like. And then when he did get going, he headbutted the wall. So it was a bit of an odd session for the 17 Unison guy yesterday. David Mojek, again, who is in the current top of the tree for the DPI category, of course, for the server in general, but in the DPI specifically. 1:43.671 is the top time to chase, a storming time as David dances past that black and purple, or one of our black and purple cars from the GTE category. And I guess I've forgotten which one that is. Now, one of them is the black and purple Audi, which is not out there at the moment, so it couldn't have been them. That's how our DPIs look at the moment. Of course, very, very early in the qualifying session. So it's Burst at the top with Team Adrenaline right behind them. What is about 1.8 seconds adrift as far as initial qualifying times are concerned. Then it's Unison in third with a 1:46.577, but they've got a few LMPs in between them and their top brethren at the moment. LMP2s currently, as we've only got 3 of them in the session at the moment, which is the Seb9 Axle team, which is top of the tree, currently being commanded by R. Mohammed Alif. The number 21 car has put in a 1:45.628 this early in the session with the Burst Esports Gooder sunglasses. Now, they were the only LMP2 representatives yesterday. So Damien Scovron is currently piloting the number 94 with a 1:45.688, and Darius Andre in the Deuces Motorsport number 15 is in third in the LMPs. GTEs, we have quite a few of them in. 8 of them have appeared so far. And currently at the top of the tree is a Wojtek Pelesny in the number 74 Deuces Motorsport GTE representative, 1:57.052, currently at the top of the tree. Then it is Manuel Biancalila for the Musto Pescara squad in the number 54 car. And then it is Angel Benegas in the number 27 MCM Motorsport car in third. And only, only 1.5 seconds off the top spot in the GTEs. GT3, we have got 6 of them out there at the moment. Not all of them have set a time, as you can see. Currently at the top is the B32 car. That is because the Azatec car, that was top of the tree. Not sure what's happened to the 585. So at the moment, it's the B32 McLaren. And so unfortunately, we don't know who's piloting that at the moment. They're just coming out on and out that. Then second, it's the 82 Mugen Sim Racing car that is, as we were talking, in the hands of Adam Sereji. And then third, just jumping up ahead of one of the GTE cars, is the 777 DSR Gadgethausen car in the hands of Michael Ciccolini. I can't say this. Ciccolini. I should be able to say it. So a few people out of position, a few positions still to decide. There is Darren Murchak in the leading DPI car. Now, the common argument is the qualifying position that important? Is a 12-hour race, etc., etc. That is true. Yet the qualifying is not necessarily the be-all and end-all. However, it is still, it gives you an idea of the pecking order. It does allow you to play that bit of, gamemanship, so to speak, the one-upmanship going on between you and your competitors. So yes, it does help. It certainly counts as far as the mental side of it. It may kind of undo itself very early in the race. Yes, very true, but it's still important to get a decent qualifying position in, just to kind of state your claim to, where your team deserves to be. Now, one thing I've just noticed, the number 64 car, the Maradnas E-Stars, Jimmy Nisuda, good to see him back out in the cars, jumped up into second place with a 1:44.732. They've just put that time in and returned to the pits. That's another aspect that's different from yesterday. Now, not only could everybody be out there in the same version of the car if they so chose to, but you could do the escape to pit lane trick yesterday. You cannot do that from now on. Now that we have started the qualifying session for the rest of the weekend, you must make it back to the pits under your own steam. So you can't just jump back to the pits when you feel like it. If you've buried it in the wall, tough luck, you've got a long limp home. Currently top of the tree in the LMP2s, that's our Muhammad Alif. As we can see, he's chasing off after, I think that's the Juices car he's chasing in the minute, which would be Darius Andre. If that's the case, no, that's the Viaducting car. Oh no, it was right first time. It was actually right the first time. My mistake. Can't quite tell them from the back. I'm used to looking at them from the front. Oh dear, that's not ideal. Get that one back underway. Those sort of things can really play on your mind. That was a little bit unusual, as Muhammad Alif is sort of chasing hard there, and the tail just let go. That's something we saw a lot of yesterday, and it's something Sebring is really, really known for. Us, my partner in crime. What am I saying? Partner in crime, Kieran McGinley, was saying yesterday, respect the bumps. And oh wow, is he right? The bumps will kill you at any given opportunity, and that is something we are going to be seeing a lot of. People getting it wrong, particularly coming up here into Sunset Bend. That's where the bumps are really, really pronounced. Just watch how the car bounces around. You get an idea of it from the off-board shot, but when you watch from on board, it's horrendous. There is it wasn't the Deuces car that he was following. My mistakes. That is the Deuces car, third in the LMP2s. Still only 3 of the LMP2s have appeared so far. It doesn't serve to only do one qualifying session. They will need to do both to score a decent qualifying position. But that's Darius Andre that's brought the car back in and parked it for now for the number 15 Juices Motorsport. Oh, tonight's going to go well. If I'm tripping over my words already, we're barely 15 minutes into the session, and I'm coming up with new words aplenty. Darren Murchak is not having such trouble. He's continuing to pound the tarmac in the Bercy Sports Complexity car. There is Sebastian Deville, who had a bit of a habit of trying to reshape the car a few times on the exit of Sunset Bend. Well, that's the burst car, so what has Darren Murchak done? I think it was just him being very, very close to that outside wall, which you have to be to maximise your exit from that turn. Whilst the start-finish race not particularly long, you're carrying a fair amount of speed through it. Oh, wow, that's a weird lag moment going on there, as it looked like Sebastian Deville was trying to furrow his way under the wall. That's an unusual trick for a DPI car to do, and then hits the wall anyway. So it's a bit of a mixed feeling for Sebastian Deville in the adrenaline car at the moment. So whilst our drivers are pounding the tarmac, shall we have a look at the championship standings? Our man in charge of production, Peter Moncombe, is the man pointing the cameras in the right direction. He will also be the man that will be teasing me about my pronunciation of people's names, and probably throwing various comments we can't put on the stream as well. So if I tell production off, it is him that I am blaming for it. So, Mr. Moncalm, if we could have the championship standings for DPI at your earliest convenience, please. In the process of, and there we go, with the helicopter coming over the top of the circuit. So at the top for DPI, it is Burst Esports Simplicity. So the way that the points, the points you can see, they're broken down. So it's the amount of points they scored, which is, if you're familiar with how Formula 1 point structure works, it's the same. So 25 for the win, 18 for second, 15, 12, 10, 8, etc., etc. Then if you get the pole position, that's the next column. You get a 1 in there if you get pole, and obviously not if you don't. And the race completion bonus, so if you actually got to the checkered flag. So maximum points for Burst at Matsusuka. For God's sake, Matsusaka didn't quite get the pole for Monza last time out for Burst, so almost a clean sweep, not quite. But Miranda's Esports Stars were the ones that got the pole last time out. They're in second, with Unison in the third position, with a pair of thirds, and a pair of fourths is Team Adrenaline, although Sebastian Deville is determined to bury the guy into the wall. With a 7-9 Axel in fifth position, they didn't see the checker flag last time, and I actually didn't see the checker flag in either round. With a time viaduct, and we didn't see them last time at Monza. That is our LMP2 standings. So Burst Esports Gooder, Burst Esports Sunglasses Gooder team is top of the tree, with very, very close between them and the 21 7-9 Axel squad. Both of them having won a round, but all that separates them is that pole position. So again, the pole position isn't just bragging rights, isn't just the number of games, it does carry a point bonus if you're able to do it. Then there's Satellite Racing, the 164 car in third, with Team Minus in fourth. In the 77 car, they didn't see the checker flag last time out, only 4 of our LP2s did. And the 15 Juices car in fifth place, Cyberlinks Racing in sixth, and T-Minus. They weren't with us in Matsusaka, but they did compete in Monza. Sadly, we haven't seen the 18-bit car just yet, so they've yet to score. Hopefully, we will get to see them very, very soon. Let's move on then to our GTE standings, which has the Juices Motorsport Club car number 74 at the top of the tree, with a first and a second so far, but they are being chased by the Mugen Sim Racing. Well, they're being chased by everybody, strictly speaking, but the closest competitor is the number 67, the Mugen Sim Racing car, getting the win last time out at Monza. Then it is the MPE, or the Musto Pescara ADG car, the 54 squad in third position. And then it's a three-way tie for fourth between the number 27, the MCM Motorsport team, not doing well at Matsusaka, but getting third last time out at Monza. Then the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, the number 45, in joint for fourth, along with the 717 Unison Racing, floral colour BMW, rounding out that particular tie. And then it is the 264 Satellite Racing team with 16 points. Then it is the 53, the second of the MPE Musto Pescara ATG cars in, that'll be seventh position. Then the ID Simsport squad at the bottom of the table with just 9 points, but plenty of the season still to go. And finally, our GT3 standings. That's Mugen at the top of that particular tree with the 82 car, not by a huge amount, as you can see. Just 37 points, just a 5-point lead. And then another three-win tie, this time for second position between the number 13, the Brazil emblazoned the McLaren, or CKR. And then it's the B32 Racing Squad in the black and orange accented McLaren. Obviously joined for second as well. And the 585 Valenti Racing by Azatec Sim Sports car. The one at Matsusaka, won the category for Matsusaka, but didn't score so well last time out at Monza. And then in fifth position is the Treble 7, the DSR Gadgethausen. I always say Gadgethausen, it's wrong, it's Gadgethuset car, the Corvette, one with the big cogwheel on the side. Then it is another team name I can't pronounce correctly that our production found rather amusing, the Teleforingen number 188 BMW. Joint with the 404 Glam Racing Audi at the tail end of the tree. Right, let's see who is doing it, shall we? So no check. Almost wandering a little bit wide. Yeah. So he's on form to already improve on his pole time. Now that bit of tarmac there is that colour. It's not wet. It's just that way colour. And I apologise in advance. I really take me thinking, oh wow, you see how close he gets to the wall. Does he improve? He does. 142.889 for the 18 car. There's a Dennis Scobron in the 94 car. No, he's pulling into the pits now. You can see where the pit lane entry is. For those that may be a little bit less familiar with Sebring, the way that the pit lane entry goes, you're having to slow down right in the racing lane. Now, yes, you're supposed to hug the inside line, but oh dear, as Rochek has just punched the 54 car in the face. Oh dear, oh dear, that was the MPD one of the Mustang Cascara cars. Oh dear. Now, they obviously had an issue, and Rochek would have seen it by this point, but he's hugging the inside line. And bang. That's quite a hefty whack the balls are taken. And they can't just recover to the pits now, so they're going to have to crawl around the lap to get back to the pits after having a bit of an argument with the burst team. Now, where are the 54? Let's have a look out the Manuel Biancalina that is in charge of the 54 Porsche. They're third in the GTEs at the moment, so that's going to have to limp back. Wojtek Polesny from the Czech Republic in the current leading GTE car. That's the Juices Motorsport Aston Martin. What a gorgeous beast that is. Who's caused the yellow? Not sure who's caused the yellow, but someone that's got the black and white flag, that's a track limits warning, is Henrik Hoyer in the 404 Glam Racing Audi. He's going to have to behave himself, or they're going to earn themselves the ire of the stewards. So behave. As we continue to see Wojtek Polesny, or Wojtek Polesny is his full name. Oh, yellow in sector 2. I know who that is. That is Alexander Sesha for the Azatec Sim Sports by Volante Racing 585 car. Again, I do apologise for grabbing a drink, but being that I'm flying solo at the moment, I will be joined later on by Kieran McGinley, but right now it is just me in the box, and my throat can only go so far without being lubricated. What is Polesny going to do? I thought he was going to put into the pit. It looked like he was hugging the inside line a little bit too hard. There's Sebastian Deville, now third in the DPI class. I mentioned earlier, Jimmy Nisula. It is definitely going to be one of those nights. Has already secured the second spot for the Miranda's team. Who's done the yellow flag this time? That was Michael Ciccolini for the DSR Gadget Husett squad. Wandered off the road somewhere. There is Jimmy Nisula. Oh dear, that's hot. Now these cars aren't really designed for rally crossing, but I admire your determination. He was going to wrestle that car through that corner, come hell or high water. I think that was hairpin where that went wrong. Whoop! Someone had a bit of a twitch behind him. Who's got themselves a yellow flag? It's the one. Don't know. It's cleared before I had a chance to figure out who it was. Where are you, Jimmy? You've gone through Joan Debian and now down to Le Mans Curve. Now, going to scream your way along the Allman Straight, heading towards the legendary Sunset Bend. Yeah, as mentioned, it does look like there at the end of the Allman Straight, it looks really, really wet. It's not actually wet at all. It's just the way that the tarmac looks. So as you can see, the weather radar ain't a lot of rain going on anywhere near the circuit. As we said before, that's actually live. That is what is going on at that particular point stateside. And we replicate that in our race meetings. So whilst our racing is virtual, we do make it as realistic as we can. Although some drivers do decide to play a little bit of havoc with the physics. The Viaducting car, the number ones, currently have not set a particularly representative time. That's the drive that you can see that will be taking part for the number 1 squad. So Nico Seegard, Niklas Marach, Jonas Dyberg, Charlie Lenka, and Patrick Kinsella are the drivers that are lined up for the number 1. Again, that's another team we don't know who's in the car unless we get notified of it. Do they improve? I don't know, because we cut away at the point that they set the time. Yeah, they did. Where did they go? Oh, there we are. 146.123. Puts them 4th in the DPIs, but there's still some LMPs ahead of them, so we've got some work to do. Unlike these guys, Darren Mrocek is hogging the number 18 car. There's no particular ruling on how many drivers have to take part in the qualifying, as that's a yellow flag for Alistair Young, doing the 7.9 Axel number 11 car. He's wandered off the road somewhere. When I say that, I'm not being disingenuous. It's a difficult circuit, as we were saying yesterday. It's very bumpy and a very technical track. So it is. You do kind of get into a rhythm of it, but because of the way the bumps are, the bumps will catch you out. You lose concentration for even a fraction of a second, and you will be facing the wrong way and not knowing how on earth you ended up there. Down the almost straight for David Mrocek. Already at the top of the tree without 42.889. We said a few laps ago. All the fastest sectors belong to them, and that is back into the pits for the number 18 Best Esports Simplexed DPI car. As I was saying a second ago, there's no ruling to say that all drivers, or any amount of drivers, other than one obviously, has to take part in the qualifying session. So the same guy can sit in the car all session long if they so felt like it, and that's how the DPI qualifying table currently looks, with our 6 so far participating in DPM cars. Bit of a spread. It's about 3.6 seconds top to bottom in the DPIs. LMPs, we're a little bit light on the LMPs tonight with only 3 of them, but very, very slight. They're going to be close. Only 600ths of a second separating Damien Scovron for the first esports good at sunglasses and Mohamed Alif, who we saw having a bit of a moment earlier on. But 600ths of a second separating the 21 and 94 cars, and only a tenth further back is the number 15 car. As Alistair Hughes brought out another yellow flag, he was ending up going backwards somewhere. GTEs, we have quite a few of them, as you can see. So 9 of them currently out there. Oh, who's got the yellow flag this time? Don't know, it disappeared before I saw it. So it's Wojtek Polesny for Deuces and Motorsport Club in the 74 car. This hasn't changed a huge amount. A little bit of fidgeting. I literally, just as I say that, Marcus Ensteyer in the IDC Sport Porsche just jumped up into 6th. And there's our GT3s. We've got 6 of them out there at the moment. Everybody that is in the session is actually on track at the moment. So the track is very, very busy. Of course, literally as I say that, the Michael Slot, the Telefonian car has just come in. Of course it would. It's one of those nights, as I've already mentioned. Usually got a face full of. Don't go see that. That's one of the Porsches. That will be the... not sure which Porsche that is just danced around. That is possibly David Greco in the Stoke. No, he's just come out of the pits, so I'm not sure which of the Porsche. It's Manuel Biancalina. That's the Stoke Pescara car. That's Jimmy's just danced around, so I'm assuming this is not going to be brilliant. Viaducting team up to 4th position now, so 145.416. As mentioned, we don't know who is in the car at the moment. We know that one, Denis Sashenko in the Unison number 17. He's screaming down the almost straight. He's going to have a face full of... I thought I saw a Porsche at the end of the straight just now. We'll see as he bounces through the final turn. Does he improve? Does he complete the lap? Well, he completes the lap. Let's see what the time. 146.577, their previous best, and that is an improvement. That's 3rd. Nicely done for Denis Shashenko. That's 144.686. Oh, very, very nice indeed. So that's just over a second behind Jimmy Nisela. for the Miranda's Esports car, but a big improvement there for Denis Yashenko. That's the Teleforing and BMW that's just pulled out of the way. Yellow in Sector 1. Not sure who that was because it's disappeared. Dancing around yet another of the Corvettes. Whoa! That's actually the Gadget House car that they just danced around. Oh, yeah, dancing being the right word for Denis Yashenko. That tail wagging away coming out of the hairpin. And we will, with our first half an hour of the session complete, to save you poor people from my waffling voice much further, let's have a commercial break at this stage. We'll be right back with more qualifying action here at Sebring.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here at Sebring. This is the qualifying session for the 12-hour race that will be taking place tomorrow, starting at 2 p.m. CET. So a few more laps have completed during the commercial break, and Best Esports still at the top of the DPI listing. David Mrochek is just completing his outlap at the moment. We are looking at So I see which one of our cars that is in. I think that is the Unison car we are staring at. Yellow flag, Alistair Young is really struggling with that number 11 car. It's again is not doing him many favours out there. But no improvement for Darren Murchek on the already impressive 142.889. That is indeed that's now Denis Ishenko back in the number 17 car, being chased by that's the burst car as Devon Murchek that is on his outlap. Dennis didn't have to let him go; they're both on outlaps, but he figured he wasn't going to hold up the current pole sitter. So on the go nonetheless. There's Jimmy Nusela. It's the Radness E-Stars car, or the team, I should say. Personal best, I think, in sectors 1 and 2. Let's see how he gets on for the rest of the lap. Now, on to the big straight. Oh, from that camera angle, that looks really, really close, but it may not be as close as it seems. That's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche they've just danced around, who haven't kind of got the best of that GT Porsche at the moment. Let's see. Does Jimmy Nisela improve? 143.610 was the time they did improve in time, but not in position. Now just 2 and a bit tenths off the top spot. A 43.108 for the Mirandis E-Stars team. There's Sebastian DeVille now pushed down to 4th position in the 33 Team Adrenaline car. So a couple of tenths off their best last time around. That's Alistair Young, who's been struggling a bit in the number 11 car. Oh no, that's going to tangle. Yeah, as soon as I saw that's the B32 McLaren that tangled up with Alistair Young there. There's Jimmy Nusela again. The yellow flag, I suspect, is the recovering McLaren, as Alistair was able to carry on. Still a wagging tail. Jimmy Nusela, are you on an outlap? No, he's not on an outlap at all. He looks like he's wiggling around everywhere. Unless the camera is playing some very odd tricks on this, that car is bouncing all over the place. So, as we said, they just improved on their time. So here's a replay. So that's the B32 McLaren. It just turned in. I mean, if they're both on a qualifying lap, they don't have to yield. Obviously, that came off much worse. But actually didn't go well for either of them. We just saw Alistair then being pitched onto the outside line. But yeah, that's the CKR car. Gerard Gabriel facing, well, the main station there. What's happened to them? That looks like... Yep, just the tail let go. And there's a little bit exuberant there on the right foot. I think I was up at the tower. But on the go, nonetheless, we did see the yellow flag out there, but I missed who that was for. That's the Unison 717 car. What's Alexander Zakharov done? Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that. Oh! And integrates himself with the wall rather painfully. There's Mr. Murchek again. He will not let that one go. He's wanting all the Tories teams up and back in the pits again. So still no improvement from their time, which is probably a relief to everybody else. Mohamed Dalif is in the pits as well for 79 Axel and their LMP outfit. Should we look at that? There's Damien Scarborough in the 3rd of the LMP cars. That's the Best Esports Enduro Sunglasses team. So just 600ths of a second behind the Jesus Motorsports car, and there is Mr. Scarborough. So this is a very, very determined look on his face, but when you've got a gap so fine, so close, any wonder he's having to put all the focus in. Oh, yellow flag has Manuel Bianco leader. The number 54 Mr. Viscara car has gone wandering. Oh, there's the B32 McLaren here. There's the Team Adrenaline DPI flies past. Again, that's not a diss to the B32 McLaren. That's just how quick the DPI goes. Through the penultimate turn and onto the grass. That's that lap done. Yeah, that's going to be too wide for Sebastian to go. Well, he's pushing that hard. And he's trying to find use every available pixel he can to improve on the 145-210. And they've gone on the board already. The 33 car, that looks like it's coming in. What's the Californian car done? Let's make this slot up to. Let's turn one. Whoa! And the tail let go really early there. Now, I would think that that had gone wrong on the brakes. And that's backwards into the wall. Yeah, and goodbye to your wheel. There's a steering here for a marshal. So that would have gone wrong on the braking. That was really early in the doing. So the brakes probably just locked up coming over the bump. Look at this. 2 DPIs and 1 MLP arguing over the same bit of track. So Nathan Scott isn't in that particular lineup. And I've just realised that Damien Scotland has actually set the best of the LMP2 times, 145.464. And he has done that by a huge 47 thousandths of a second over the Sem 9 axle car. And the number 13 car with a bit of lag there trying to take off. Nice effort there from Joao Gabriel. There's our new LMP2 leader, so the Reverse Esports team now top of GP and LMP2 at the moment, but still an hour and a quarter to go, just over, of the first qualifying session. Sebastian Lukasic in the 264 Satellite Racing GTR has brought out a yellow. This is here in the Satellite Racing car. That's turn one again. That's claimed another victim. Which we haven't got any rain, have we? No, we checked it already. Exactly the same thing. Oh, and similar result as well. That's what happens when a car tries to integrate with the barrier. It doesn't go well for the car. So the Satellite Racing 264 will remain in 8th position for now. They've got plenty of time. Now that was a different cause. He just went in a bit too hot there, and as he's tried to correct it, the tails let go. And then as you counter steer in, the front tyres have just given him all the grip in the world and chucked him into the wall. James D'Souza, we haven't seen you. We have a 4th LMP2 team out there. Fantastic. A little bit late to the party, but always welcome. That's the Satellite Racing number 164. We've seen Mr. D'Souza before. Good to see him back with us for Sebring. It's actually good to see all of our drivers. It's always a very, very welcome sight when we do have this many competitors taking part in our events. And we, of course, welcome you lovely, lovely people watching either live or post-event. We very much welcome your company. It's not easy to listen to an Englishman waffle as badly as I am, but you are doing a great job in doing so. And production, of course, have to deal with me waffling on. And James D'Souza has brought his car back into the pits. And I may well be joined. Am I being joined by the wondrous Lord McGinley? Is he with us? I think he is in the process of appearing. Ah, Kieran, are you with me? Not yet. Okay, fair enough. You can join when you are good and ready. Good, sir. It's not like I can force you to appear any quicker. Yellow flag again. Who's that? That's Angel Benegas. Let's gone for a bit of a wander. What is... that's... no, they were our NMP2 leaders, the Sem 9 axle team. They've now got a little bit more competition out there. Mohammed Alif is 145.5. Try again. 145.557. So that's a new best time for them. It is still leaving in second place behind the Bercy Sports Gooder Sunglasses team. 47 thousandths of a second is their time. Oh dear! You're not going to be able to push the wall, Angel. What are you doing? So that is the Aston Martin who is facing the wall. It's almost like he's been sent to the corner of the room by the teacher. Go and sit on the naughty stop, sir. I suspect what he's doing is, what he's actually trying to do is spin the car around whilst not blocking the racing line. That's what he's actually trying to do. It's not going well for them. As we now switch to one of the Porsches. What's Henrik Hoyle up to? That's the 404 There's the 404 Audi. They're out there minding their own business. Now 7 GT3 cars, or they still have 7 GT3 cars out there. And there's James Tsuba. 1:47.479 is the time that the 164 Satellite Racing team have got on the board so far, but still some improvement to find. Angel Benegas has definitely got a problem because he's still... That's what's causing the yellow flag in Sector 3. It's near the beginning of Sector 3 as well that that's happened. So that's a bit deep, James. That's not the track we're using, sir. That's, well, okay, he's parked up. You're not going to see much of the race either facing that direction. That's less of the races tomorrow. So, trouble then for James Dizzy. Dennis Zizhenko, what do you want to third in the DPS at the moment? It's the Unison Racing in the 17, dancing around the final turn. To the line, and we will improve 1:44.8. Sorry, 6:86. No improvement there. Still time to find for the 17 Unison Racing squad. There's Damon Scovon, the best representative in the LMP2, or he's the one piloting the best representative in LMP2. Still yellow flag for Angel. Yes, he hasn't figured out what he's doing with his car yet. And there's Jimmy Ursula. He's what's trying to find that 2/10 that eludes the number 64 car. Oh, that's close. It's one of the first cars getting very, very close. And that'll be Darren Merchant. That's the DPI car. Screams way through. Where were you going? That's very wayward. I think that was Marcus Stayer in the team spot. What is Angel Benegas doing? He must have something really... He's got to have a technical issue that's preventing him. Of course, they can't just recover to the pits, but there he is. He's still parked facing the wall. How strange. Whatever technical issue was before him is causing him a bit of problems. So hopefully they're able to figure that out and get back on the job. Rojek. Is this an improvement? Well, it was in Sector 1, slightly down in Sector 2, but it's brought back into the pits anyway. Yellow flag, that's very distracting and nothing else. Onto the final straight. There is a Dennis Shenko. Jimmy D'Souza. Well, I beg your pardon, no, that's Manuel Biancalina as well as that's not it. And there's Angel. Why is he still facing the wall? There ain't going to be a lot of action. I'm sure the car park's very interesting, but he's not going to... One, he's not going to see a lot of it from there anyway. He's just staring at the door. I think it's fair to say there's trouble. This car's rolling backwards. Oh, it's alive! It lives! Look, you can see in the background of the shot. But never mind. Let's talk about Manuel Biancalina. Oh, yeah, you saw. As he's turned in, that Porsche just does not want to behave itself, bouncing all over the place there. And into the pits he comes. Yeah, as a reminder, the drivers cannot just use the escape back to pits options. They have to be very, very careful on how he rejoined, but he was sat there a good long time. Either way, Angel is now going again. There's Jimmy Nussler again in the Miranda T-Stars car. With a face full of... Is that the Teleforeign car? No, that's one of the Astons. So, nicely out of the way. Is Jimmy on a good lap this time? But no, it was good in Sector 1, but not in Sector 2. So, unless he's pulled a blind at his... Nope, back into the pits then. Big lockup going into the pit lane. As that's Mr. Moreau checking in. He's certainly getting a lot of airtime as the number 18 car. There's Ishenko. Oh! Dancing around, that is the Teleforeign car. He's done a yellow in Sector 2. Don't know, it's disappeared. So can Denis Zizhenko improve? No, a lot of people coming into the pits just as we mentioned them. Alexander Zakharov. The 717 car is on the move. So personal best Sector 2 particularly, not far off in the Sector 1 either. 1:58.235 their time. But this is an outlap, so they were on the move last time out. or he's really got out there and got on with it. I mean, there's no particular rush. We still have half the session to go. We're on board with the 717 Unison racing car, and you can just see how it's bouncing around like absolute mad. Over the line, so they'll be now starting their next time lap, 7117. Well, we can actually ride on board. Let's ride the lap through then, so you get an idea of what it's like to travel on board. Zakharov into. So that's coming through. That's through turn 2. Now into Gurney Bend. This is long right-hander coming up now. This Zakharov using all of the available road and getting out of the way of the LMP2 coming past. Very nicely done. That was Mohammed Alif and the Sen 9 Axle car. Into hairpin turn. Now that's where Jimmy Nutella went for a bit of an explore down the wrong route, essentially. Fangio chicane. That's not a chicane in the slightest. So oddly named. That was Jimmy Nutella flying past in the Miranda C-Stars DPI. Now into Cunningham Corner. You can see the car is just bouncing absolutely. Even on the straights, these things bounce around like absolute mad. Collier curve. That's the left-hander. Now into Tower. We'll see a numerous amount of incidents. We already have seen a numerous amount of incidents there. Flirting with the dirt and the grass on the outside of Tower 10. Flying Fortress straight, apparently, is what that was called. That's Al-Mohammed Ali. You can see in the picture. Shindebian. Now Le Mans curve. You can see we sweep through over the runs to the neutral line. It's fairly flat, so it doesn't aggravate the car too much. And as we said yesterday, the GT cars, the GTs and GT3s will ride the bumps a little bit easier than the very low slung DPIs and LMPs. Into Sunset Bend then, and again we just see this thing bouncing around, trying to wrestle its way free. But Alexander Zakharov is not having any of that, keeping the 717 tamed. Was that an improvement? To see, it was. Where did he go? 4th, 157.645 is the new time for the 717 car. 0.3 of a second behind the Bianca leader in the Mustafa Pascara car. Very nicely done indeed. We were also seeing Arma Halidov just a few turns off their top time last time around. There's Denis Shashenko again. That's the Unison Racing 17. Oh, that's very close to a Porsche. And the Porsche's not doing anything wrong. He's just minding his own business out there. Look how busy it is. That's what it would look like for a lot of the race, really. Michael Pedersen was in the IBC Sport GTE car. They've gone for a wander somewhere. That's Jimmy up 2 minutes. Have a look at his second times. And now the first one's been agitated. Oh, that's getting very, very close to the map. I'm not so sure who that was in the back of. I should know, but I'm a little bit still getting used to who's in what colour car. It's been a while since, unfortunately, because we weren't able to broadcast Monza, it's been a little while since we've looked at these cars. So that's the nature of the beast. You've got this kind of mixed class, multi-class racing is you're going to be caught out at certain points where the slower classes are just minding their business. They're not obliged to obey any kind of blue flag rule during qualifying. The only time they have to get out of the way is if they're on a slow lap or an out lap, and if someone's coming in behind them that's on a hot lap. It's the only time you're expected to get out of the way. Gerd Nielsen in the 188 Teleforingen BMW. What can you do from here? Let's see. Now that's a 201.771 is the time on the board for them, and that's there's no time for that particular lap. Blue flags, yellow flags rather. Oh, there is a blue flag out there, ironic. Yellow flag sector 2, didn't see who that was, but it disappeared too quickly, so that's just someone wandering off the road. Oh, there we go, there was somebody parked up. I didn't catch who that was. That, I suspect, was the 717 Unison racing car of Alexander Zakharov. What a little replay of here. So this is good. This is indeed, there is Zakharov. So you should see it from this camera. Oh, there he goes. Takes out an advertising hoarding. That was slightly unfortunate. Oh dear, Gert Nielsen's pushed it a little bit too hard on the exit of the hairpin. And that's that lap done and dusted. Yellow sector 1, who's that? It's probably Zakharov. Well, Zakharov's running again, so who's had trouble sector 1? Don't know. It disappeared. That possibly was the 264 Satellite Racing car of Sebastian Lukashik. He was in sector 1 at the point that flag was raised, but that is a pure guess on who's had trouble there. As Gerd Nielsen continues his merry way, the older statesman of the Teleforingen team. I know that's not quite how the team name is pronounced, I will be honest. I can't get it right. I've tried and tried and tried, and it just isn't happening. So, Teleforingen is as close as... Again, production is just told Teleforingen. I will. The thing is, I will practice that in the commercial break, and I will still forget. Teleforingen. Right. I say it 10 times. Write it 100 times on line paper. Goodness me. So let's have a quick look there now. Well timed their production. That's exactly what I was going to suggest. DPI then, still led by Burst Esports Complexity, where they've been all night long so far. Jimmy Niesler in the Morales T-Stars car in second. Then it's Unison, number 17. Denis Sachenko has got them up to third place. 1:44.292 their last time lap, so that's put them up in third. Fourth is Adrenaline. We've seen that guy hit the wall a couple of times. Then it is the number 1, Viaducton. Where have they gone? They may have had a connection problem because I cannot see them on the timing screen in a minute. But they were in 5th position with Alex Young in the 79 axle team. Number 11. Only, he hasn't got too much time to find, but it's still time that he will need to find from somewhere to get further up the field. LMP2s, so we now have 4 of them. It is still Burst at the top of the tree. Damien Scovron doing well in the number 94. Then Mohammed, get this right, Mohammed Alif in the Sen 9 axle number 21 in second position, just a couple of tenths off of the top spot. So very, very little time to find that. And then it is Darius Andre in the number 15 Juices Motorsport car. Again, very little time to find for him to climb up the tree. And then James Tsuba, who's a little bit late joining the party in the 164 Satellite Racing car. They need to get into the rhythm a bit. 1:46.910 their time. Unfortunately, we don't have Team Iris Cyber, or either of the Iris cars and the Cyberlinks Racing with us at the moment. Hopefully, they'll join us a little bit later on. In in GTEs, still number 74. It's still the Juices Motorsport Club car of Wojtek Polesny. At the top of the tree, but again, not by much. Less than 0.2 of a second between himself and now second place, number 54, Manuel Bianca for Masto Pescara. Then in third, by again, just less than 1.5 tenths, is Zoltan Vakoni in the Mugen Sim Racing. Now, Mugen were second in that class up until Manuel Bianca found a little bit of a heavier right foot. And I got the Masto Pescara, number 54, into second. In fourth is the 717 Unison Racing car. Max Bunovic now has control of that one, half a second behind Mugen Racing. In fifth, it's the ID Simsport car. Marcus Steyer has got that one. Again, just 4 tenths to find for them. In sixth is the number 27 MCM Motorsports car of Angel Benegas. We saw him facing the wall. 26 thousandths of what he needs to find. He's not going to find it by pushing the wall over immediately. Then it's the 53 Mustang Pescara car. 4 thousandths is all that separates 6th to 7th. Then it's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche with a 58.231. And then Sebastian Lukashik in the Satellite Racing number 264 with 58.607. And finally, our GT3s being led by the Aztec Simsports by Volanti Racing Squad. Maciej Kaspersky has got that car up into first position in the Audi with a 158.141. In second is Adam Serej, the number 82 Mugen Sim Racing car with 58.544. So 4 tenths of a second find there for the top spot. So again, very, very close times. Then it's the 32, the B32 Racing McLaren, 159.361. And then it's the treble 7, the DSR Gadget Husset multicolored Corvette. Now again, it looks blue from that particular thumbnail. That's because that side of it is blue, the other side's red. Then it is the 404 Glam Racing Audi with Henrik Hoyer at the wheel of that. In fifth position with 2-minute 1:15. And finally, it's the Teleforin. See, I told you I'd forget it. Production, remind me again, please. Teleforin car 188. That's Gerd Nielsen. But still doing well again. Not too much time to find. Just 1.6 seconds for him to start to challenge the 404 Racing Audi. Before I offend anybody else with my terrible pronunciations, let's head to a commercial break. I will bring in my counterpart to help keep me on the straight and narrow. I couldn't even do myself on the straight and narrow, let alone Karen having to do it. Karen McGinley will be joining me in the box when we come back after this commercial break.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengol, ESTV, and Phil Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing player, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. They can be your internet service provider, peeking at what you do online. Or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info. Or a hacker at the next table, trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Everybody to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here at Sebring. Joining me in the box, God help you, Kieran, because I've been doing a horrendous job so far. Kieran McGinley, glad to have you back with us. Good sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximus. It's great to be here once again. Looking forward to seeing how the qualifying gets underway. I can see we're well into to the very first qualifying session. Of course, 2 qualifying sessions coming out. 1 in day, 1 in night. I'm pretty sure this is already taking you through the itinerary for tonight. So the only thing that's left for now, Chris, is to enter the final hour here and see if you can grab the fastest lap time in Q1.
Yep, the fastest lap time on all 4 of our categories has been really closely contested. So as we mentioned, at the top of the tree for the DPIs is the number 18 Bursting Sports Brexity squad. Davin Rojek will not hand that car over to anybody else. He's hogged it all night long. And that's only 0.2 of a second ahead of Jimmy Musalek in the Miranda's eSports. Miranda's eStars, I forever say eSports. Old habits die hard. In the Miranda's eStars car, only 0.2 back. There was Mohammed Alif in the lead MP2 car. There is now that's Unity car's changed hands. It's now Peter Vagabov. But oh wow, giving that one plenty of beans on the way down to the third sector of the lap. Stylish but not fast, I'm afraid. Giving it plenty nonetheless.
You know what they say, Mr. Buxton? Looking good is more important than looking where you're going. It's just one of those things, isn't it? One of those.
Remind me never to navigate for you. Jimmy Nutella has managed to cause a yellow flag right at the beginning of his outlap. I don't know what he did there. Another yellow flag out there. That's Marcus Stair again. We've seen that a few times for the 166 ID Synsport car. We see Peter Vagabov come past one of the GTEs. That's the Gadget Husa car. Another yellow flanker, but I missed who that was for. Marcus Stair! That's lively. It's a reshaping car going on there. Oh my goodness me, now the rest are at it. Goodness me. Darren Rojek. Behave, sir. We now have, if I'm correct, do we now have a new time at the top of the DPI charts? He's no longer Devin Rojek, but my time is going to have vanished. Have they had it? Well, that would explain why we suddenly saw them veer off into the oblivion. We seem to have lost. Yeah, now Alex de Young, saying on exercise now listed as fourth, so we have actually lost our poleman, Devin Rojek. Oh yeah, we've disconnected. They have got time to reconnect, of course, another 51 minutes. There's Alex de Young. Now it's in third position. That car is all over the place. That's one way to try and get heat into the tyres, I suppose, but mid-corner is not the ideal way of doing it.
Not ideal in that sense, as we see the little bit of radar down in the bottom left of your screens, and well, there's scattered bits of rain and weather fronts around the circuit, but just like we had yesterday, Chris, they all seem to be avoiding the circuit, and I think that might be good news for some of these drivers because it means they can extract the most performance possible out of their respective machines. But yeah, should be interesting later on in the race. We are expecting weather fronts throughout tomorrow's race. We'll have to wait and see how that all pans out, but if you and I are anywhere near the track, Chris, then it might just be the rain just perfectly parts over Sebring here today. Oh, that's... You can't park there, sir. Alistair Young.
That's a wonderful effort of parking. That parallel parking bizarre. Peculiar parking, I should believe. So that's turn one again.
Yeah, and so he lost the back end and then just full lock on the anchors, and that car was just going straight on. Yeah, really. We've seen that quite a lot. Many back ends have been lost no matter what the car is being driven. Just seems to be the car bottoms out maybe going through turn one. Yeah, it's really hard to see what's going on there, but that's something you'll have to have a keen, watchful eye on, because if they're losing the back end of these light cars, and you would think new tyres, so therefore grippy tyres, then you might have a problem with a light car with new tyres during the race still. That's going to have to be something to keep their eyes on.
Could well be. As Alistair Young gets out of Jimmy Newsom's way, there is the Miranda G-Stars car, screaming down That's straight into Gunstick chucks it in. I mean, at that point, the downforce is at its best at high speed. And of course, you don't complete that. But several times we've had that where we're talking about people and they don't finish the lap. Where has Mr. Scobron gone? I think he is reappearing. Or we hope to see them very, very soon because they do not want to lose that top spot in the DPIs. Now, Bianca is now our GT leader. So that's the last time that 156.659 has jumped the number 54, most of the Scar car, up into the top spot. Wojciech Polesny has been dethroned by a huge 87 thousandths of a second. The Italians will be very happy with that one.
Yeah, indeed. Just as you are coming on to that point in question, Chris, that we hopefully will see that first car and the DPI class make its way back into the session. The reason being is that you have to have someone in the session at the checkered flag and moving on. Otherwise, your lap time will not stand. It will not be carried over. So that's why it's really important. Oh, it'll be good now. I've just been told. I'm telling porkies.
So yes, now that so modern technology as it has allowed us to actually be able to track that particular circumstance, so we are able to carry on our over even if we are no longer in session at the point when we're checking our content. We were looking at David Greco improving time but not position, and then he's in 5th position and then slow chucked it off the road into turn 1 as we continue to look at Mohammed Alif in the semi-line axle car back up to the top of the LMP2s. I think they've actually been there for a little while. But continuing on their merry way, that is the number 17. That's Peter Radbot in the Unison racing car. They've got just over a second to find between themselves and Marianus, who are now lead away in the DPI following the disconnection of the first squad. A little bit of dust being kicked up there. That's not how smoke screens work. But kicking on the dust nonetheless, coming down towards Debian, now onto the end straight. Oh, not quite, big button. That was Bishop and then Debian, then Lamont Curve. Now onto running straight. See, I'm getting the corner names wrong again. I've only been doing this for I don't know how many years. That's 6 years actually. We've been doing this commentary lark for, and they haven't been fired yet. So, I got to be something, right?
The important word of that, Chris, was
yes. Yeah. So that's good.
That's very good. Now we're seeing that's close from Vagabond from the 17 Newton racing machine, very close to the outside wall there, going through the Sunset Bend. And there is Damien Scotland in the 94 Thursday Sports with their sunglasses LMP2 machine, making his way through this technical section. And I mean, we were talking about it yesterday, Chris, how this track really, there's no real margin for error. Most of the track here, the track limits or the limits beyond it are mostly grass, and even when there is tarmac like this section, you've not got a lot of room to recover a wayward car.
Yeah, that's right, because these tarmac runoff areas, if you aren't ending them out, you're hitting them at quite a pace, so you do not have long to get your car back under control again before the wall reaches you with open arms. We look back with Peter Krakobov. Where are you? You're at the top end of the circuit, so you've just come through Tower, and now working your way through the top end of the circuit. That is Jimmy Usula. Where are you? You're at the same point, I think. Oh, we have a replay here. What's gone on here? So Marcus Stayer, that's the car to the right of the shot. Oh no, that's in there already. So that was the car to the right of the shot. Now out comes the number 82. Oh, that's actually gone wrong. That's twice the B-32's got a big punch in the face. Actually at that same place as well. So are they getting an odd habit of parking on turn 1 or something? Oh dear, what on earth is going on with the B-32 car?
Well, both cars look out of control at that point, didn't they? It's almost as if they both cars lost the back end, and then it just happened that they happened to just trip over each other whilst they were both spinning out. Quite a bizarre one, but I mean that's turn 1 claiming another back end. It's been quite astonishing how nervous some of these cars have been, no matter what discipline the car is in, whether it be a hypercar, whether it be an LMP2, whether it be a GT car. The back ends of these cars get very nervous at certain points, and turn one seems to be a place where teams and drivers are going to have to watch out, especially if they're on low fuel with heavy tyre wear, as they will be in the race tomorrow.
Indeed, riding on board with Damien Scarborough, so now up until, well, he's still in second place, I should say, in the number 94 car. We've got a bit of traffic to deal with. There's the two cars we've just been talking about, so that's the 32 car. At least he found them on the Ormond Straight, so we can just blast past them, passing the waves in between the two GT cars. Bouncing his way through Sunset Bend. Now, are we going to be denied the completion of the lap? Yep. I thought he was hugging the inside line quite a bit too hard. So it was actually up. And the timing there, as you can see on the left of the screen. Note that one is coming straight back in. There is our DPI leader in Jimmy Usula as Zoltan Vakoni in the 67 Mugen Sim Racing car has crossed a yellow flag. What's he done? Turn one again? That's turn one, isn't it? Well, that looked like it was turn one. No, this isn't turn one. That looks like it's turn two. Oh, yeah. That's, wow, they didn't use any good property. Yeah, nicely done. Yep, that was on the outside of turn two. And off into the barrel he went.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of margin for error whatsoever, really. We've got very narrow, very bumpy. Respect the bumps, everybody. Respect the bumps. This is going to be these really, really tight margins. And Magabov then hitting the wall. Now, that's midway through the corner. Now, this is what the bumps do. If you do not respect them, you will understeer. It bodies the car out, you lose the grip, you start understeering, and you'll see that convenient white line there in the middle of the track. And if you stay on the right-hand side of it, you need to take a big line. If you're beyond this, there might be a wall on your right.
Absolutely. Alistair Ewing in the Sandline Cigar, number 11. Finding some GT cars. Ooh, that's the white line you were just talking about. He's going to complete the lap, though. Well saved. And somewhat... Oh, that's a weird way of coming past someone. Find the smallest gap and bounds out for it. That's not what I would suggest, but... as we switch to our GT leader, Manuel Biancalillo with 54, Mr. Pascal. Now this might... I just want to think, you with your F1 esports experience, Mr. McGee, this might be a name you recognise. I'm trying to remember if... actually done Manuel. I'm trying to remember if Manuel actually had left the scene when you came on board. I'm trying to remember.
I think he had at that point, because I took the manager for you, sorry. But yeah, no,
I brought it up, so don't be sorry.
No, I think Biancalillo had left the scene by the time I went into the comments book. So yeah, but it's clear he's got the history, he's got the heritage as well. It means he's clearly got the experience, and they're intertransferable at the moment. This is the great thing about when we get into sim racing, is that yes, we talk about F1 esports, we're talking about open wheels, very, very quick, high downforce machinery. And yet, you've got someone like Manuel Biancalillo who can jump into a Porsche that has much less downforce, not open wheel, GT car, so, down on power, but just as exciting to drive. And it is those intertransferable skills, and that's great to see Manuel doing really well in both disciplines. It's fantastic to see.
Absolutely, he's been a real strong front runner in that squad for quite a while. As we're riding on board with Damien Scavron in the 94 Versi Sports Good Sunglasses team. Still second in the LMP2s. Oh, again, you saw he threw the nose in, but the tail just was not quite ready to hold on with him through the hairpin turn, through tower turn, excuse me, as we now come down through the third sector of the lap. Along the Flying Fortress straight and then switch over to the right hand side. Bishop Bend is that left, slightly double apex bend. Now Gendarbian Bend leads down to Le Mans Curve. Utilise as much of the runoff area as you need to and swing through onto the Ormond Straight. As mentioned yesterday, every driver will want to maximise their entry speed onto the Ormond Straight because you're on the gas for so long. Along this very bumpy straight now into the dreaded Sunset Bend, and again just the car wanting to dance and get away from Damien at every opportunity. Nicely handled. Is this an improvement? 145.297 is their previous team best. I say team best, it's been Damien in that car all night long. Not quite a couple of tenths, not even a couple of tenths, 1.5 tenths off the previous time for Mr. Sebring as we switch to Jimmy Nutella, and still in charge of the emergency stars car. Still holds the top of the tree in the session.
Yes, but what's important is that on that last lap, Damien Scotland went purple in the LMP2 class in the final sector. It was just really the second sector that let him down. He got 2 tenths down on his own personal best so far. So that's where the time was really lost. So it's clear the pace is there. It's just a case of whether they can try and grab that pole position. It's always one that the teams want to go for. And across all disciplines, across all classes, if you get the pole position, it is an extra point to your championship standings. And for Burst Esports Good Sunglasses, they have got 2 out of 2 pole positions so far this season. Who stands in their way? Sen 9 Axel. Winners of Matsusaka, second place at Monza, haven't got a pole position yet this season, and only 2 points separate the two teams. And this is where the pole positions will factor in. As Chris, we have the DPI standings on the screen right now.
Yeah, it's still Burst Esports Complexity number 18 at the top of the tree. Well, it was their fastest time. Like I say, they're not in the session at the moment. So, whilst that is technically correct, we don't see that time at the moment as they're not in session. It's the Miraculous squad still a couple of tenths off of that top time, 143.108 their time, and then third is, strictly speaking, the number 17 Houston car, but that also is not in the session, 144.292, so a bit of a gap forming there, but not an insurmountable gap whatsoever. It's just over a second. As Darius Andre in the 15 Deuces Motorsport Club LMP2 just brought the yellow flag out. And then it's the 7-9 Axel squad in third on our time screen, but fifth on the board at the moment. In LMP2s, it is indeed the 7-9 Axel team. Mohammed Alif has put that car on the top spot. As you see, barely 27 thousandths of a second from the Burst Esports Good Sunglasses team in the number 94. And that's been so close all night long. And then just another tenth and a bit back is the Deuces and Motorsport number 15 car. So close. You can see in the 1.5 tenths. I'll get the right words out in the right order in a minute. It's very, very close is basically what I'm trying to say there in the most confusing way possible. In GTEs, actually, save our audience, Mr. McGinley. Do you want to run through the GT cars?
I'll run through the GT cars if you would like me to. We've got Mr. Pescara in the 54 at the top of the standings so far with that 56.659. Reuter Polesny at the 74 wheel, the Juices Motorsports Club in second place. Just roughly, not far away at all really. 4 tenths is the gap at the moment between them. It's 100th of a second. It's that close. I was reading Mugen Sim Racing, who are in third place. They are 4 tenths off the leaders at the moment. Sultan Vakoni currently at the wheel of that car, but it is currently in the pits. Fourth place, 717 Unison Racing. Max Belovich is at the wheel. Fifth place, 166 ID Simsport. Marcus Stair at the wheel at the moment. Sixth place, the 53 Mustang Pescara machine. David Greco at the wheel. 45 of DIS Sim Racing Lab in 7th place. We don't know the driver of that car, unfortunately, at the moment. 8th place, MCM Motorsport, another 27, Alvaro Impausti at the wheel. And rounding off the 9 GTE so far, 264 Satellite Racing, Sebastian Lukasic at the wheel of that machine. To take us through the GT3 classes, at the moment, it's the 82 Mugen Sim Racing car at the wheel, Adam Suresh. With that 58.006. Second place, 585 Acetex Sim Sports by Volante Racing, the 585. They are just over 1/10 behind 58.141. Third place, B32 Racing with a 59.361. Unfortunately, we don't know the driver of that car. 404 Glam Racing just outside of the top 3. Henrik Oyer at the wheel there. Then in 5th place, the 777, the DSR Gadget Husit, Stephen Salsgaard at the wheel, just over 2 minutes. 5 thousandths of a second plus 2 minutes for 5th place at the moment. Joao Gabriel in the 13th CKR racing machine, 2 minutes .930, and rounding off our 7 GT3 runners, the 188 Californian. I've probably butchered that one, sorry production. Michael Slot at the wheel, 201.771. That rounds off our qualifiers so far.
Californian. Yes, production actually, I wouldn't be fired yet. We have a 5th LMP2 car coming on board. It's the Team Iris, number 77. Excellent. Welcome aboard. Very late to the party, only 33 or a bit minutes remaining. As the 32 car has caused the yellow flag. What have they done? Don't know. There it is. There's the number 77. Bentley Horvath has got that car in the session. They've left that very, very late. But either way, still, we do still have the second session to go. Of course, that one will be in the dark. So if they weren't used to the circuit in the daylight, they're going to have a hell of a time trying to get used to it in the dark. But out they come to get at least a few laps on the board before the session will conclude. So good to see them. There they are. And you can see the track is very, very busy still. Many, many laps still to do. And I would say the second session is in the dark, and it's the average of the 2 times that each team sets that will decide where they are on the grid. We will have that for you when we are ready to do so. And already, Benson's coming out 1 minute to traffic. There is Wojtek Polesny, so pronounce it as you will. Through Sunset Bend in Aston Martin, keep it under control, it's dancing all over the place, nicely done. Second in the GTEs by a huge 11 thousandths of a second, massive, absolutely. And that's pole in the GTEs for the GTS Motorsport Club car. He's regained that top spot by 600ths of a second, 156.599 for the 74 Aston Martin. Very nicely done there. It's something that Coney, I beg your pardon, is all Coney. That's now Darius Andre. He's had a few excursions in the GTS Motorsport number 15. MP2 representative. Oi! That's a lot of opposite lot going on there for Mohammed Ali in the semi-axle car. Control nonetheless, very nicely done. I've just seen the number 82 Sebring racing car has been handed over to Christopher Kianek. So we're seeing some driver changes. As mentioned, there's no particular ruling on how many other teams' driver set have got to come out. They can stick one car in there. One car would be ideal because that's all each team has. But one driver in the car. I said at the top of the broadcast it's going to be one of those nights, and there we go. At least I'm just running with it. But yeah, there's no saying they have to have all drivers come out and represent, set times or what have you. You want to have just one driver in there all night long, be my guest. But there is Bentley Horvath now selling the Team Iris number 77, their first time of the night. Joao Gabriel in the 13 car has had a spin somewhere. That's not tyre smoke spewing out of the back of the car. What on earth have they done there?
That's overheating. That engine is overheating on the 77 Team Iris machine. Now, they haven't been on the track for long, so I'm not quite sure how they've managed to run the engine so hot. However, they'll be keeping a close eye on that one, because if it gets any worse than that, that could be damaging the engine. Worse than that, the engine could expire, and once that happens, they're out of qualifying. So they've got to be very careful with that, and they have to be on top of it. And, well, Chris, as we enter the final half an hour, well, I suppose we better fill up our popcorn, make sure we're fully stocked for the last half an hour of this qualifying session.
I'm stunned if they cooked the engine that quickly. They've literally been here 5 minutes and they are boiling that engine to nothing. Oh dear, oh dear. But with just the final half hour of this first session to go, we will have a commercial break before we head on to the final showdown of qualifying session 1. As mentioned, this is the last half an hour of the daylight session, so we'll see who can keep their cars pointing in the correct direction, keep them in the right shape, and if Team Iris is anything to go by, don't detonate their engines. We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Stengol, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online. Or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info. Or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here at Sebring. We are approaching the end of the first qualifying session. So it's the daylight hour qualifying session. We have less than half an hour remaining. And still at the top of the tree is the 64 Miranda Seastars car. Jimmy Newsler is, he's the one that's out of the moment. We have 5 GPM cars. We only have 3 of them remaining. In this part of the session, but their previously raced times will still stand. Presently, or who remains, I should say, is Jimmy Newslet, and now we are looking at number 17, so Peter Vagapov, swinging his way through, bouncing his way through the final turn. Does he improve 144.292 his time? That wasn't looking particularly quick. In the MVP2s, that is Mohammed Alif for Salman Axel, that has the top of the timing sheets, has done for a while. So 145.173 is the number 21 team's time. What has Michael... yes, now we did see a few interesting manoeuvres in the commercial break. Michael Slot was one of them for the 108 Teleforin BMW. That's not going to go well. No. That car's had a terrible run of luck coming into this automotive session. They were doing all right yesterday, but that is not this one. Today. There is Jimmy Whistler. Now it's the Team Iris, the latecomers. 77, Bente Horvath. What does he get on the board? It's a 147.101 that slots them at the tail end of the LMP2 field, but still a bit of time left in the session. Where are you going? Well, I mean, you could have been aggravated by the ID Synthport Porsche right ahead of him. I don't think you were that close. Wow, that's looking lively. It's all over the place, I think it's fair to say. Bente Horvath is struggling to get that car under control.
Just about, but just about kept it in shape, just about. Tracks to the left though. I've done that though. I've run too deep into a corner. It's just the way it is, and trying to push on. As well, I think that's the DIS Sim Racing Labs machine, the Porsche there. Obviously with qualifying, it's always a bit tricky as well because you'll come across a car that's on a fast lap, so they are in no way supposed to, wow, that's sideways then from Horvath, and then wow, managed to hang on to that one. Fair play, Benza, fair play indeed. If ever you needed a little bit of a screenshot to hang on your wall, let it be that, Benza. That was incredible.
Tokyo Drift, eat your heart out. That had to be full lock in that car. So there we go. Look at that. That's amazing. It's not fast, but it certainly looked the part. That was fantastic.
It got the style points from us. It definitely got the style points. Unfortunately, style points don't score you anything. It's going to have to be the fastest lap. Now, Bente Horvath, you can see out of the back of that number 77, once again starting to overheat. But this is the team just trying to get as little cooling through the car as possible, so not to create any drag or as little drag as possible. Therefore, trying to give themselves a little bit of straight line speed as well. But what that does is you do run close to what the car doesn't like in terms of overheating. You can find later in the lap the engine is not performing optimally, and even then, if you push it too far, the engine might expire altogether. So it's a dangerous game to play, but if you can get it right, whoa, there goes the sim race. Wow, please get that out of the way, you didn't quite see it, and it just disappeared. It's like one of those just reminded me of one of those WWE shots where just as the steel chair is about to pull his head, it cuts to a crowd shot. That's what it looked like there. Hopefully that Porsche is okay, but I can only assume because we saw a way of the machine out of control. Here comes Peter Vagapote in the number 17 Unison Racing machine as it came across the line. Now, was that an improvement from the Almira? No, it was not.
So, David Greco, what have you got? That's the number 53 car. Wait, there he goes. Oh, wow, you did that properly. Taking one of the, several of the braking boards with you. Wow, that was pretty dramatic from the Lesto Pescara number 53. The sister car, Mario Bianca leader, and number 54 in second place in the GTEs. Oh, that's rather painful. That's what happens when you're trying to integrate a Porsche into an arcade barrier.
Yeah, it's not a great result, I have to be honest. But obviously with this qualifying section, you can no longer hit escapes to come back to pit lane. You would have had to link that car back to get the repairs necessary to get you back out onto the circuit. And there is Peter Vagapote then in the 17 Newton racing machine trying to get their way up the order. And as we see what happens there, and I think we're ready to see what happened to the 45 Sim Racing Labs machine. This was at Sunset Bend, and I think this is the one we just about cut away from to save any, the equivalent of a steel chair to the face. Here he comes then. Oh, wow, that was huge then. Yes, they did keep it out of the wall there. That looked like they clipped the inside wall, or they realised at that point that they were not, or they were just running too close to the wall, steered away from it, or was pushed away by the wall, and that's when it all went wrong.
£200 required for the Sim Racing Labs, please. My word, that was dramatic. It's the BMW, the Unison Racing Labs in the background, introducing himself a little bit to Unison, bouncing around the Gadget Husit Corvettes. He is on the way to Husit Corvettes. He's in the hounds of Michael Giacalini as a long. Jimmy Nutella, 42.985 on the board from 64 cars still. Pressing on nonetheless to find what time he can. As mentioned, it will show him as top on the tree of the DPIs because we've only had 3 of them remaining. We've lost 2 of them. As far as disconnections are concerned, the previous laps do still count, and I think that is still second in class for the DPIs. Let's have a look at, as the B32 McLaren tries to run the camera over, let's have a look at the qualifying standings as they stand. DPI up first. You see a few more cars looking to try and kill the camera as well. Peter Vagapov has caught a yellow flag somewhere. Yep, there we go. So it is still the Burst Esports Complexity squad on the top of the tree, but only just, as you can see, less than a tenth now separates the 18 and 64 cars at the top of the tree. Then it is Unison in the 17 car, 1.4 seconds back. And then it is the 79 Axel, which has been announced to Young in 4th position. And the Adrenaline car, yeah, that's the other one that's disappeared, the 33. Actually, we've lost 3 of our DPI car because the number 1 Viaducting car is not in the session at the moment either. But that is how, unless anyone else is able to beat their times of those 3 remaining, that is how the times will stand. In LMP2, it's still 79 Axel, where we still are Mohammed Alif, that is driving the number 21, as he has been all night long. Damien Scovron in the number 94 Burst Esports Good Ascend Glasses has kept that car in 2nd position, just not even a tenth and a half behind the number 21, and then very closely behind is number 15 Darius Andre in the Deuces Motorsport Club car, again a further 10th back in 3rd in NB2. Then it's James Tsuba in the 164 Satellite Racing Squad, and then Benze Horvath. Goodness me, this night's not getting any better for me, I'm afraid. In the number 77 team Iris NB2. And sadly not seeing the Cyberlinks or the 2nd of the Team Irish cars, number 7. In GTE, Kieran, take it away, sir.
I will do indeed, and I shall do. Take you through the GTE runnings. It's Juice's Motorsports Club at the top of the standings right now with that 56.599. Mr. Pescara in the 54 in 2nd place. Then it's the 67 Mugen Sim Racing Machine, the 717 Unison Racing Machine in 4th place. The sister Mr. Pescara car, the 53, is rounding off the top 5. The 166 ID Simsport car in 6th place. The 45 car, the DRS Sim Racing Lab Machine in 7th. 8th place the MCM Motorsport number 27, and rounding off the 9 GTEs is the 264 Satellite Racing Machine. With them have set a lap time so far. And finally through the GT3 runnings, at the moment it is Mugen Sim Racing in the number 82, Adam Surej at the wheel at the moment. Then it's the 585 Olympia Racing by Assetec Simsport rounding off 2nd place, and the B32 machine in the number 32 rounding off our top 3. Glam Racing, the 404 in 4th place. Then it's the 777 DSR Gadget, who sit just over 2 minutes there, puts them in 5th place. CKR in the number 13, 2 minutes 0.1, puts them in 6th place. And the 188.201.651 goes to, drum roll please, Telefonin. Close enough. My damage is awful. It's up there with my that's a back end loss then from Alistair Young. Well grabbed them. Yes, as I always say, my damage is just as good as my Polish and my Portuguese. Absolutely horrendous. Telefoningen, as the only reason I'm getting it anywhere near correct is because I've been rehearsing it in my head for the last 20 minutes. So and see, yeah, he's really good. So, DIS Simlabs Porsche is now going for exploratory one on the left hand. He's all over the place, straight for life. Trying to get that Porsche back on track is really rather tricky. The DIS Sim Racing Labs car. So who is driving that at the moment? Not sure. Oh, yellow flag for Avro and Kisti. He was very quick though, so he's just gone for a wander somewhere. Michael Ciccolini again in the Gadget V6 Corvette is brought the yellow out somewhere. So another exploratory lap going on there. No, it's not Marcus Steer. Who's got the Porsche? Just
looking through the list, I don't know who's got the sim racing bullshit. Who I listen for? We don't know because that's one of the teams that doesn't actually tell us. That's why I was getting confused. Yes, and we're only at the end of the first qualifying session. It's only going to get worse from here. You've all been warned. We look at Jimmy Newfiller, still chucking the car around. Yet to find that little small gap. He needs to get the top spot away from the Burst Esports Simplexity squad. Through Sunset Bend, bouncing around. It's not well. I mean, he's lapping very consistently, but it is back into the pits for the number 64. What have we got? It's less than a quarter of an hour remaining. There's Bentley Horvath in the 77 car. They're going to try and improve on his time. 1:47.101 his time, and that's a new pole time, I think. Yes, by our LMP2 leaders. That's the 79 Axel squad has improved upon their already impressive top spot time by very, very little, basically. They found 91 thousandths in sector 2, 32 thousandths in sector 3, but were a tenth down in the first. So they must have beaten their time by like a few thousandths or something like that. If that, basically, yeah. So that's how. So it is a new top time for the LMP2 squad, but that's again how narrow the margins are by this point. So we're now riding on board with Joao Gabriel in the CKR car, that lovely Brazilian blazing McLaren. One last time out of Monza, so hopefully they're able to. We haven't seen a lot of track time from them in this session, so hopefully we'll see a bit more of them as darkness will fall. And again, you saw as the nose pitched in to Sunset Bend, either the tyres weren't ready to buy, or you just see that really kind of almost digital steering going on from Joao then to just wrestle the car around. Was that an improvement? It was an improvement. A 1:59.361 puts the number 13 car up into third for the GT3, I think. Oh, he's matched with the B32 squad. To the thousandths of a second, the 32 and the 13 cars are matched, if my timing screen is correct. Nice.
That's amazing.
That's very bravo. Well done. Our timing screen is also confused because on my screen it says first, second, fourth, third.
Yes.
So that's what threw me to start with. But yeah, they have actually matched each other to the thousandths. So very, very nicely done for Joao Gabriel. Pressing on though, he's not just going to sit on that one. Utilising the remaining 11 and a half minutes of the session, try and improve their slot in the GT3 category.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming off the back of their Monza win last time out, they'll be wanting to put their best foot forward, and really starting within the top three was a much better prospect than starting a little bit further down the order. And they now make their way up towards these final couple of corners then, dancing through in the McLaren as we head up towards Le Mans Curve. No, we don't. I get lost again. And there we go. Now we're coming up towards the long bend. That always throws me. Gendevine Bend always throws me. But we're now on towards the Oldman Straight and heading towards Sunset Bend. Having a look at the timing screens, this lap is looking okay at the moment. But will it be completed? Chucking the car in towards Sunset Bend. Oh, and you see that the car there really did not like that one. Riding the bumps there. And yeah, that. You put that all good lap together, you spend nearly 2 minutes putting together the perfect lap, and then it's one single bump through Sunset Bend, that's your lap gone. You'll see it, well, you might have just seen it there, but yeah, the car pretty much was going straight on as the attacked the bump there. That's not good for a lap time.
No, that is not ideal. There's the number 13 car now back into the pits. Who's riding on board with that? It's the 777 car. That's the DSR GTR24H car. It's a very multicoloured car. Of them, the blue on one side, red on the other, and green in the middle. So the spotter's guide does look a bit strange for their particular entry. They're coming through onto the back straight. onto the Ormond Straight, screaming their way down towards Sunset Bend. Less than 10 minutes remaining. Are we going to see an improvement then for the 777 team? 2 minutes .005. So not much time to find a get under 2 minutes. Over the line, is it an improvement? No, not this time around for the Gadget Huset team.
Not this time around, but there's just a handful of laps left out there in the session. About 8.5 minutes left to run in Q1. Of course, we've got Q2 coming up, so don't go anywhere after we've finished here in Q1. We've got the nighttime qualifying session coming up in, well, pretty much after Q1 has completed. There's Alistair Youngman in the number 11, 7.9 axle hypercar. Sorry, it's Denis Shchenko. How's it going? It's the Unison Racing now flying through these final couple of calls and getting the back end really paying out happy, tail happy. Again, it doesn't help the lap time, it does help the style points.
Absolutely. Denis Shchenko hasn't been shy of getting that tail wagging whatsoever. So he screams down towards the Dublin curve. I think, yes he does. That's him getting just going through now into the man, onto the straight. So not much time. Well, it's 1.3 seconds, which in some, of course, some racing disciplines is a fair chance to find. But in endurance racing, that really is not much at all. Some cars are almost parked on the straight that's getting busy back there. Does Dennis complete the lap? No, he's just coming in, giving it a wiggle on the way to the big man as well. There's Jimmy Niesler again. He's holding to the reins of the 64 Mercedes E-Stars car all night long. He's not willing to let that one go, using every pixel available to him. This is the out lap as well, as he screams on. So no, obviously we're not going to see an improvement this time around, but maximising his track time to the best of his abilities. And another lap then for the number 64. We've certainly racked up the mileage, or the kilometres I should say. We use the equipment terminology. Oh, there's the 32. Great drone piloting going on.
Absolutely. It's staying now make their way. Fourth place so far in GT3, as they make their way up towards this. I would say it's more of a hairpin, but now coming through towards Collier Curve. I believe we're heading our way through, but yes, it's trying to follow on the McLaren then just outside of that top three. And as we then make our way down to a short run towards, I believe, Tower Turn. And we'll be making, no, it's not. Chris, I'm getting lost here. It's definitely my first time at Sebring here. Definitely, if you couldn't already tell.
That is talent. Well, we now jump to Bastian Niesler. That's got a face for the Gadget Racing. Oh, that's... Yeah, we were talking earlier about the track walking. I mean, it's wide enough to go too wide and things like that, but it doesn't offer a lot of room for manoeuvre. There's a yellow flag out there, but we don't see who that is, so that's a yellow has disappeared fairly quickly. Niesler carrying on his merry way. That's the bottom end of the circuit, so Shindeli are now going through into the mark. And is this going to be an improvement for New Zealand? He's about second down on his previous best. I can't say he is, because he's the only one that we've seen in that car all night long, so that's his hard work. Seeing the BBI car, or the 64 BBI car, I should say, in second position, although it is listed currently as first. 5 minutes remaining of the session. Oh, what is DIS doing? Border parked at Sunset Bend. I think he was trying to let Damien Scott run through there. It was a bit of an odd place to park and let them through. Over the line then for Scott. That is pole. Well, a class pole for the Burst Esports Glitter Sunglasses team. The number 94 on the top spot. Again, such narrow margins between themselves and 79 axle all night long. Ups and 32 spun again. And decided to deposit their rear wing at the same point that it's several rear wings deposited.
Yes, won't be the first rear wing and won't be the last either. But Well, the only problem is that they can't press escape and head their way back out as car on board here. Getting slightly held up by the BMW ahead, but that is Jimmy Whistler trying to find his way through. I think that's past the Teleforeinian car, and it does make his way through, but that's going to have to be another lap abandoned there. Through no fault of anybody's, it's just luck of the draw when it comes to a circuit like Sebring. And when it comes to qualify, when you let loose the hypercars with the LMP cars, with the GT cars, you're going to get traffic at some point through the lap, as now we head our way through Dunlevian Bend in towards Le Mans Curve, and then back onto the power down the Ormond Straight. So it might have to be an abandonment of this lap anyway, but got a couple more chances, at least 2 more if he's got the fuel and the tyres for it, to try and extend his lead at the top. But the gap at the moment is 1.3 seconds. Having a look at LMP2, it is 94 Burst Esport Goodar sunglasses, leading away by 400ths of a second. Very, very close between the two of those. GTE, Currently Jesus Motorsports Club, on top by just over a tenth of a second, and GT3, it's Newbern Sim Racing on the top of the table by just under a tenth and a half. So very, very close, unless your name is Jimmy Nisela, and you've really, really nailed qualifying. 1.3 seconds Moradni's E-Stars has over the 17 minutes of racing.
That's true, but do bear in mind that we do have a couple of GTI cars that are in the session, there's 3 of them that have set times that are not listed on there. So it is a bit of a gap between Moradnis and Nissan at the moment, as we're now looking at one of our GTEs. That's not Denis Shchenko, the overlay will go to separate shortly. That is, I'm just looking to remind myself, that's not the Teleforeinian. See, I still can't do it. The Teleforeinian car. Well held again. So we've now seen several people trying to do the. That's Alistair Young that we're looking at. That's the 7 axle DPI car. Who is it that was doing the Tokyo drifting anyway? I've actually forgotten who it was.
Once I see the name, it will come to me. It will come to me.
I forgot who it was. So it's the brain cells are fading. Yeah, at my age, they will give up. I can say that because I'm a lot older than you, Kieran. I've forgotten who it was. But either way, we've now seen several cars trying to do the Tokyo drifting, coming through the hairpit. What's Bolesny? Wojciech Bolesny is actually in the GTE car when we're looking through. That is, that's the 77 we're looking at. Oh no, it's not. It's Dennis. Goodness me, Denis Shchenko. I'm now getting names wrong that I've gotten right all night long. So he's improved on his time previously to reduce the gap between Unison and Moradnis. That's now just 8 tenths of a second, as Alistair Young has briefly brought out a yellow. We've gone back on track. Who are we looking at here? That is Unison Racing 7 and 7. That's Max Winovich. What's he got? Has he entangled with somebody? Money's in business, essentially. But there's the other 7 axle car. That's Alistair Young. Let's be in control of that one. Well, we saw he put out a yellow flag earlier on. Oh, it was down at turn 1. That's tried to claim another victim. There you go, another tail wagging and another rear wings car. Oh, no, not quite. That's another reshaped car down at turn 1.
Another one indeed. Seconds left on the clock then to complete laps, as we see 3 DPIs running in this session that we have on flying laps at the moment. Is they're going to be sector 1 from Denis Shchenko, about 3 tenths off of his personal best, so not a great start to this one. And let's see how we can get on in sector 2. Jimmy Nisela at the top then at the moment. As Alistair Young then making his way, trying to make his way through anyway. Right now, Burst Esport Goodar sunglasses still at the top of the standings right now, as I believe we do have the checkered flag waving at the start-finish line. So really now the drivers have to make sure they complete their last lap. There's Inkowski, the MCM Motorsport car. I believe it has now taken the checkered flag. The checkered flag has been up for some time. I could be completely wrong about that one, but we'll have to wait and see. Juices Motorsports Club still top at the moment as they come into the pit lane. 56.551 is good enough so far for the top of the standings. GT3, Mugen Sim Racing, they're going to come into the zone. There it is, the checkered flag. How do Mugen Sim Racing get on? They go slow on their final lap in the session, 58.4. They still have a 58.0. That's currently the fastest lap in GT3. But Chris, checkered flag waves on Q1.
Yes, the first qualifying session is done and dusted. So there'll be a bit of a break before everything is set up for the second qualifying session. So another 2-hour session is going to then take place, and this time it is in the dark. If we haven't got used to the circuit by now, they're in for a tough time to get that one done. I suspect we're going to be seeing different drivers coming out for the dark sessions. Doesn't have to be the case. Like I said earlier, these teams can stick the same driver in all night long if they so feel like it. I suspect we're not going to see any more laps completed. So as much as the marshal waving the checkered flag is very energetic, no one's going to see it as everyone is putting their car into the pits. Well, Denis Zichenko might see it as he is plowing on in the number 17. Easy up on his time. We will see when he crosses the line. Don't think he is, but yeah, he's back out of it. So, nope, he's not going to be finding any more time. There are a few more cars still out there, but yeah, oh, there's one of them bouncing back into the pits, but nothing happening. Yellow flags, you can ignore them. It's just people that are working their way back to. So no more cars in Sector 1. So, yeah, anyone that's still on track is going to be. And there we go. That is all done and dusted then for the first qualifying session. So let's have a look at who has qualified where. If we can get the results up, please, production. That would be very good at your earliest convenience. And the black man's still going. He's dedicated to his job, I'll give him that.
He's very dedicated. Give a raise, I think. A raise is needed, that's for sure.
So then, top spots. Oh dear, that was a tangle up between Mike and Pedersen. I think Jimmy Nisolo when that happened. That was pretty early in the session when that particular incident took place. Well, there it is. There's the Maradness. We'll have. What we'll do at this point, before we round out what the qualifying sessions are, we'll have one more commercial break, and then we'll bring you all the results as they currently sit before we head to the nighttime qualifying sessions. So stay with us. We have more to come.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
fact, you can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here at Sebring. The first qualifying session is done, and it was Burst Esports at the top of the DPI and at the top of the LMPs. We'll run through how the official end of qualifying 1 has fallen. So in DPI, as mentioned, the Burst Esports Complexity team in the number 18 car. That's the championship times, I beg your pardon. Well, they were actually top of both. So and the top will still look very well. The top two were actually exactly the same. So Burst Esports Complexity at the top of the squad, but only by less than a tenth in the end by the number 64. So Jimmy Nusler, despite his best efforts, couldn't quite overcome the mighty laps from Burst Esports Complexity to take the top spot. So Muradnis in second, then Unison just shy of a second back in 17th position. No, car number 17 in third position. So yeah, it's not going to get any better for me. Sam 9 Axel in fourth position in the number 11 car. Then Team Adrenaline in the very 3 and the number 1 team by Victor. We lost them quite some time ago, unfortunately, from the session. Hopefully they're able to return to us for the night qualifier. In LMP2, let's bring them up. So Burst Esports again at the top of the tree, but they had to really fight for that. The Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses number 94 car by less than half a tenth. Bear in mind, a tenth of a second is how long it takes the average person to blink. That puts that into perspective of how close that is. Number 21, 79 Axel in second, barely. And then number 15 is Juice's Motorsport Club car by 3.5 tenths, which again is barely anything in third position. Then Samurai Racing number 164, just a second back in fourth position. And then the very late arriving number 77 Team Rose car by 46.638. And those are the LMP2s. Next up, we'll talk about our GTE cars. How do they stand, Mr. McGinley?
Well, they stand a little bit like this. Juice's Motorsports Club grabbing the fastest lap time in Q1, the 54 Musto Pescara car in second place. Then it's the 67 Mugen Sim Racing Machine rounding off the top 3. Unison Racing, the 717 in fourth place. The sister Musto Pescara car, the 53 in fifth. The ID Sim Sport 166 in sixth place. Then it's the 45, the DIS Sim Racing Lab in 7th. The MCM Motorsport number 27 in 8th place. And 9th place is the 264 Satellite Racing Machine. And all our GTEs covered by just over 1.5 seconds in Q1. To take you through the GT3 running order as it stands after Q1, Mugen Sim Racing just over 1 minute 58. grabs them the fastest lap time in Q1. The 585 Volante Racing by Aztec Simsport Machine in second place, just over a tenth of a second back. Then it's third place, the B32 Racing, number 32 McLaren in third. Fourth place then, the number 13, the CKR. They didn't match in the end, the B32 and the CKR. B32 went slightly quicker towards the end of Q1. Glam Racing in fifth place there at 404. With the 777 DSR Gadget, who sits in sixth place, and rounding off the 7 cars, the number 188 Telefoningen, rounding off our GT3 runners. That's Q1, Chris. We've got Q2 coming up very shortly. We take the 2 lap times, get them an average, and that's our grid for tomorrow. And we have 2 hours of qualifying coming up.
That we do. We have a bit of a break now, and to give the server a time to set up properly. As you can see, we do have some cars that are out there starting to get some practice in, so they're in a practice session at the moment. We will get the 2 hours of qualifying going in the next kind of 20 minutes or so. So right now we'll head to commercials. Do join us at 1/2 the hour for the second qualifying session to get underway. We hope to see you there.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Simsports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here at Sebring. We've had the first qualifying session. The day session is done. It is now time for the night time session, and what a session we had. So Bertie Sports doing their thing and ruling the roost as far as DPI and LMP2 were concerned. We had Juices doing their thing, and as you can see in the highlights reel, we had quite a lot of other people doing various other things they probably shouldn't have been doing. But either way, it was a very entertaining session nonetheless. Kieran McGinley is with me in the commentary box. How did you find that one, Kieran?
Very entertaining. A lot to happen, a lot to unpack, but in the main part is getting those lap times in, which these drivers and these teams did. Some opting to go for just one driver, stick them out there, let them get on with the job. Others deciding to change drivers halfway through, part the way through. And so far, we've been having some pretty good weather. I don't know if production can bring us the forecast, or at least the weather radar we've had at Sebring. And of course, the weather forecast you can see just to my, well, I don't know, to your right of me, I guess you could say, you can see all those lovely splotches of rain. They are nowhere near the circuit at the moment. They get close, they tease it, they really do, but nowhere near the circuit just now. And that is the live weather radar at Sebring, which is replicated 100% into the race and the qualifying. So we will see whatever happens here at Sebring will happen out on track when we go there. But at the moment, looking dry at the moment. Looking at the race tomorrow, on the other hand, Mr. Buxton, could be a completely different story.
I think could be is an understatement. I think it is going to be a different story. But then it is Florida. Anything is likely when it comes to weather. We could be seeing hurricanes and snow for all we know. Either way, yeah, we had quite a lot of unusual action going on in the qualifying session as well. Some blistering laps and some great battles for top of the class. The highlights reel, as you can see, has been playing away and really giving an idea of quite how mixed it was as far as good answers is concerned. There was Sebastian Deville. It was quite early in the session. Not only having this very odd lag moment where his car looked like it was nosediving underneath the barrier, but also he then just introduced his car to the outside wall coming through Sunset Bend, which he did a few times in the 33 adrenaline car. There was Davin Mrocek giving one of the porters a good old punch in the face, who'd had at that particular moment. Now, I think they'd actually tripped over the 32 car that actually caused them to be side by side there. But either way, David Mrocek did hang on to the top spot in DPIs, but not by much. So it was Jimmy Nusela giving it a little bit too many beans going into Tower Bend, then being chased off. I think that's the burst car that was actually right behind it at the time. Denis Shashenko, he was quite sideways a few times in the what was then third place car. That's the Gadget Housing car we saw a few times. His lovely unusual livery. There we go. That was one of the Tokyo Drift moments coming out of the hairpin. We saw quite a few efforts there. That is the Sem 9 Axel car. I think it was this one that we were trying to remember who did the best sideways moment. I think. No, this is where Alex Young tripped over that's the B32 McLaren that when they came together. Jim Nusler put in an astonishing amount of kilometres. So he was probably in the car the most amount of time. But as Kieran was saying, some teams opting to change the driver throughout the session. Generally, we saw whoever started in the car tended to be in it for the most amount of time. But some people did swap their drivers around a little bit. But it was a great session nonetheless.
It was. And looking back at it, lots of back-end losses, especially through turn one, and lots of disrespect of the bumps going through Sunset Bend. And it leads us to what will be the second qualifying session under the lights. In theory, we should be getting a little bit cooler track temperature, air temperature as well. The weather will be replicated. The temperatures are slightly adjusted to what they are in real because, of course, it's not nighttime in Florida right now. It's basking in daylight wherever it is in Sebring. So we slightly adjust the temperatures. But in terms of weather, that is 100% replicated within R Factor 2. So whatever happening over the track, whether it's dry or wet, that will happen in the qualifying session. But right now, Chris, I think the drivers will be having us in the box quite a lot because every time we've said it's going to rain, there could be a chance of rain, the threat of rain doesn't really arrive, never really arrives. So I think the drivers are happy to have us there.
Yeah, but it could well be. That's when Max Binovic in the 717, the Unison Racing car, introduced the car backwards to the wall. That was coming through Le Mans. There's a Peter Wogapov there. And there was Marcus Steyer headbutting the wall. I think it was on the outside of turn 2. That was one of the burst cars going for, it was Mrocek. Having secured that. Now, that was some wonderful parking from Alistair Young there. Now, this is how he did it. Going into turn 1, little bit hot. Bumps, as you say, not being respected at all as the tail got away from him, couldn't quite correct it in time, and then just bounced rather spectacularly off the wall, and off he went again. But like we said, there was some fantastic drifting efforts going on there, and hopefully we'll be getting the second qualifying session underway very, very shortly. As I said, 2 hours in darkness times to get the second time, so the average of the 2 times, as said, words failing me again. It's not like I need them as a commentator. So an average of the 2 times that have been set throughout both sessions will dictate the grid order. Most of our teams are back. I think we're still waiting for some of our GT3 cars to return to us, but the session is underway. We have had apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We have had a couple of technical issues that's prevented the session getting underway a little earlier. Oops, yeah, that was Michael Peterson tripping over Jimmy Nussler. We saw that earlier on in the broadcast. So yes, who are we going to look forward to seeing on track? Well, I can see on our sheet that most of the drivers we saw in the daylight session are back in the car, but there are some changes I noticed. One of them in particular was the LMP2 Juice's Motorsport number 15. Robert Powell now has that one. I did see a couple of other names change. Yeah, the 67 Mugen Sim Racing, that's the GTE car. That's now in the hand of Ronan Sukes. So we'll see what he is capable of doing. The Viaducton car is back. Good to see them. And Nakib Aslan has the number 11 Sem 9 Axle car. So as he's taken over from Alistair Young. So we'll see what they are able to do. I think mostly the rest of the names are the same. Daniel Krasnai in the Azatec Sim Sports car. The GT3 Audi is in the car as well. I think the rest are as we saw them last time around. So the session is underway. Let's head trackside, shall we?
Let's head trackside indeed. It's about time. Let's get hands rubbing, get the popcorn out. Let's see how our drivers and teams can handle this night-time session. And of course, once we've completed Q2, we will be able to get those 2 lap times that have been set, the fast lap times in both sessions, add them up, divide them by 2, gets us the average lap time, and that will decide our grid for tomorrow's race. So let's see how it all pans out.
Michael Ciccolini in the DSR Gadget Husa car, already introducing his car to the outside wall. Coming out of Sunset Bend, we saw on the picture there's Mr. Pelesny bringing his car back in. So these early laps, so people are going to be coming out doing a bit of a kind of an installation lap, as it's referred to in motorsport terms. So they're going to kind of check out where the grip is a bit different, if they need to alter anything. Things like that. There won't be masses of difference between the day and the night setup. If it was wet, then yes, they'd be changing things. But as we've seen from the weather radar, it seems the Sebring is in a weather vacuum because all the wet weather seems to just completely avoid it. Amazingly, there is Robert Powell in the Juice's Motorsport car, already flirting with the dust on the outside of turn 1. So giving his car plenty of beans. Oh, there you go, right on cue. And that's the Viaducton car, beg your pardon, that is right on cue, slamming into the white tyre section. Bravo. That's not the way of doing it, but either way, welcome back, Viaducton. As I think we did lose them towards the probably for half of the dry session. We lost the Viaducton car, but they are back with us. There is Nikki Aslan in the number 11 Sam Axel car, who's brought out a yellow flag. That was Gert Nielsen in the Teleforeningen number 188 BMW.
Oh, you're getting very good at that name, Mr. Buxton.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for production to tell me how much they're cringing at how badly I'm saying it. But we will see. Oh, there's the B32 car. Just sort of going out the screen. Now that's a team we don't know who's in the car at any one time, much like the number 1. We don't know who is piloting that one at any one time. And there is the Teleforeningen number 188 BMW. Gert Nielsen is... Oh! That's rather rude. Gert Nielsen being unceremoniously booted up the backside and sent off into the wall and missed who that was. Was that Mr. Aslan? I missed who it was. I mean, there's still a fair amount of ambient light, so we're not completely trying to figure out who's who by the headlights, thankfully.
Not just yet, anyway.
Yeah, give it time. Give it time. That was a very, brutal shove up the tail for Mr. Nielsen.
Well, it's qualifying at the moment, and yeah, bit rude, but we've got this qualifying session. The nerves will have to be settled, and looking at some of the lap times here, so I'll just give now a little bit of a live timing, just a slight refresh. Hopefully everything gets back up to normal, and I believe we have Stenron Axel at the top of the standings at the moment with a 43.231, and just waiting for some fast lap times to hit and see what goes on.
So there's Akiba's lap, as mentioned. Yeah, the Stenron Axel car with the top time 1:44.231. But of course, we don't have representative times from too many drivers just yet. That's not a bad time, in fairness. I think the top time from Burst last time was in the 42s. Oh dear, where's the viaduct and car going? That's not ideal. Well, he's actually trying to rejoin in a sensible manner. So that's at the far end of the circuit. So that's coming through Jim Debigan. That's where that's gone wrong. So rather than just banzaiing back onto the track, not slamming into people, this is kind of something we observed in the first session where people weren't obeying that rule quite properly. They were just jumping back on the track as early as they could. But that was a decent effort there, as we saw, to rejoin. I mean, it costs more time to do it the way the Viaducton did there, but there's plenty of time in hand. We're only a few minutes in. What are we? Barely even 10 minutes into the second qualifying session, so there's no rush just yet. A few more cars joining, a few more names as well. So we have had some more driver changes going on. Michi Hoyer is representing Burst Esport number 18, so the DPI car for Burst is now in the hands of Michi. Good to see him back in the car. As I said yesterday, he actually had COVID a few weeks ago, so it's good to see that he is back up to speed, back up racing again. Denis Eschenko has put a time on the board, 1:45.433. Slots into second in the DPIs at the moment because there's only two of them that have set a time. Right, and P2s have been quick to get times on the board. Company Robert Powell produces at the top of the tree with 46.43. Yeah, that's actually a pretty decent time for the LMP2s. Oh dear, the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche is getting the yellow flags going in sector 1. That's pretty much straight out of the pits and then into trouble by the look of where they are on track. So that start of their session hasn't gone too well. There is Marcus Steyer as well in the Marcus is in the 166 ID Sim Sport GTE car. So he's in the Aston, screaming on. He's on so this is a hot lap he's on. He's just gone through Tower. Oh, that looked a little bit uncomfortable. He caught the apex a little bit harder than I think he would have liked. And now heading down towards the big one. That was a hairpin he'd just gone through. Now he's gone through Tower. And it's chasing down through Flying Fortress Straight and then into Bishop Bend. That's flat out left-hander. And heading towards Jean Debian. He's got someone in his face. I think that's the Teleforeningen 188 BMW he's got right ahead of him. They're not close enough that's going to agitate him too much. Now through Le Mans Curve onto the end straight. Oh, kicks up a bit of dust on the exit of Le Mans Curve, and the Teleforeningen 188 BMW nicely done, gets out of the way. That's Gert Nielsen that is driving that one. And this should be the first time then for the 166 car. Bouncing through Sunset Bend. I don't think we've got any. Oh, we do have a few GTE times. 1:57.569 from Manuel Bianchi, lead off from Muster Pescara. Currently leads the way in that category, and that is third with a 58.692 for the 166 car.
Very nice indeed. And just having a look at some of the lap times in there, they are starting to come in now, and yeah, top three at the moment. 6/10 for second in DPI. Looking at LMP2, we've got 4 competitive lap times, separated by 1 second. And looking at GTE, we've got 5 lap times here within 1.5 seconds. 3 GT3 lap times up there at the moment. And yeah, we're a bit, just over 2 minutes then from B32 Racing, but it's a 1:59.559 from Daniel Prajne in the 585 Acetet. is currently the fastest lap time in GT3. The great thing is, and it's a great thing, but also, Chris, there's a lot of maths involved in order to work out who will be on pole position. The great thing is that the graphics and the maths are done all for us, so that as soon as we get the graphics at the end, we'll know who's on pole position, we'll know who's going into their top spot for the current classes. And as you see on the right-hand side, those are the live standings. So this is it's sort of like as it stands at the moment, and it would put DPI, Burst, Esports Complexity on the top. That's great production. We can keep an eye on that throughout the session to just see how it stands, and that's it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I'm a very big fan of this live timing, this live reaction. Very, very good. I like it.
Yes, it saves us doing the complicated stuff.
Exactly that. But as you can see then, Burst Esports Complexity at the top of DPI. Unison Racing in second at the moment, 79 Axel in third, Team Vitacutin in fourth, Radness E-Stars yet to set a lap time, so too Team Adrenaline, so that's why they appear with a 10-minute 51, because there's no second lap time to give, so it gives a default. Production might tell me how much it just defaults to 10 minutes, I think it is.
Even I could manage that. Yeah.
No, I couldn't. I need production.
What I was meaning was I could beat a 10-minute lap time.
Oh, no, I couldn't either. LMP2 there, Chris. We've got Burst Esports Good Sunglasses still at the top, with Juices Motorsport in second, 79 Axel third, Satellite Racing fourth, the 77 Team Iris in fifth, Cyberlink and Team Iris number 7 did not set a lap time in Q1. So if they were to turn up in Q2, they would go no further and no higher than 6th place. But it might be a nice battle between them. Hopefully we'll get to see them. Yeah, maybe. Let's hope so. And then, Chris Buxton, I'll leave your capable voice, your dulcet tones for GTE and GT3.
I'm not sure of the capable part, judging by my performance already tonight, but we'll give it a go nonetheless. So let's have a look at how the GTEs currently stand now. Of course, we're very early in the second qualifying session, so it is Juices up top, the number 74 car that is currently being piloted by Walter Pelesny, as he was in the first session. Then it is Mr. Pescara. They had a great battle between those two, as you can see. But the delta, just a 10th difference between the 74 and 54 cars. Manuel Biancalina is still driving that one. Then it's the 717 Unison Racing. That's currently in the hands of Max Bunovic, who sent his car backwards into the wall, which he probably won't thank us for constantly saying, but he managed to do it nonetheless. Then in fourth currently is the 166 ID Simsport car. That is Marcus Steyer. And Satellite Racing 264, that is Sebastian Lukashik, who again was the primary driver in the first session. Then MTM Motorsports in the 27 car, that's Alvaro Incusti, that again primary driver last time around. We haven't seen a time yet from the Mugensen Racing, the second Mustaro? What am I saying? I'm muddling up Musto and Pescara there. And also the DAS Sim Racing Lab number 45. We haven't seen a time from them just yet. In GT3, Christopher Kianik for Mugen has gotten straight on the case, and as you can see there, just 3 tenths of a second so far between their Q1 and Q2 times. Very nicely done. Then in second, it's the 585 car. Daniel Krasny has that one for Aztec Simsports. The Audi then, obviously with time to refine, but very, very close to the 82 last time around. Then in third, it's the D32 car. Again, that's a team we don't know who pilots that one at any one time. In fourth, it's the CKR car, although at the moment they're actually third in the session, but of course with the average times, they are currently in fourth. But with, I think it's fair to say, some time to find, they'll get on the case and get ready to go for the 13 car. Then it is DSR Gadgethausen in fifth, with Glam Racing sixth, and the Taylor for Eningen car, the bottom two, yet to set a time in this session. So plenty of action to come, and looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it indeed, and under these floodlights with the headlights on as well. Of course, we have the 1,000 miles, isn't it, of Sebring? Is the affiliated IMSA endurance round and part of the WEC calendar as well. I do believe the 1,000 miles of Sebring, and that's always an interesting one for me because if it ever rains at Sebring, the 1,000 miles is not sort of like doesn't give away a time scale. You're not quite sure how long it's going to take to cover 1,000 miles. I guess that's the beauty of it because it's one of the only endurance races on the WEC and pretty much around the world where it's not defined by time but defined by the mileage, which when you come to think about it, it gives an indefinite time as to how long the race will actually be.
They wouldn't want to do that in storm season. Length. Yeah, they wouldn't want to do that in storm season. It'll take 3 weeks to complete.
Yeah, it might be slightly concerning when it comes to that, but 1,000 miles, still pretty good.
True enough, and yes, it is 1,000 miles. Sorry, yeah, they use miles as well over there in the States. Jimmy Nutella, he's regained the top spot for Muradness in the 64. Now, he does have the top spot this time from Michi Hoyer, but Michi we didn't see in the Q1 session for Burst Esports Complexity. Yellow flag, who's that? That's the number 33, Sebastian DeVille. What have you done? On his outlap towards the end, that's guaranteed. That is going to be sunset then because he was right near the end of his lap and he's stuck it backwards somewhere, I would have thought. Well, we will see if that is what he's done. So Jimmy Newslat getting out there back in business on the Ormond Straight, ready to pick up where he left off. Well, there we go. He's buried it into the wall, did Sebastian DeVille. Pretty hard. He did that a few times in the day qualifying session. And did he make it into the pits? No. Or not on the first try. He probably crawled in. Did he crawl in from there? We won't actually know. Oh, there he is. So he may have actually done another lap to get his car back home. Oh, it's Jimmy Newsler, I beg your pardon. So either way, that's not an ideal start for Sebastian DeVille. He's on another outlap, so yeah, he has been through the pits. There's James Dizuba as well, the 164 Satellite Racing. They were a little bit late to the party last time out for the first qualifying session. Wow, it's gotten very dark, hasn't it? So relying very much on the floodlights to figure out who's where, as well as our overlay. So Walter Pelesny, top of the tree in the GTEs again for Juice's Motorsport, 157.037 on the board for them. There's Damien Scovron, the Burst Eastport Good Sunglasses squad. Number 94 car still at the top of the tree for the NP2s. They are probably going to have to fight for that, particularly over Sem 9. Oh, the Sem 9 car's changed hands again, I see. It's now Inigo Anton that's got hold of the 21 car. They're trying all their drivers out. Why not? It's an ideal time to do so. So, people get a feel for how the setup is going to, how the setup of the car feels. Whoops, there was Gadgethausen going for a wander on the exit of Le Mans curve there. Where is Mr. Scovron going to go? Is he going to set the lap or is he going to bring that one in? That looks very tight, so I suspect he's coming in. Yes, he does. He's following the Teleforian. See, I knew I'd get it wrong again. Teleforian car into the pits. There's Jimmy Nisler again. So, again, he did a storming amount of kilometres in the first session. He was out there for absolutely ages and he's looking to pick up exactly where he left off.
Definitely, and not a bad way to go about it either. And we will still have plenty of action to come. And, well, yeah, we're not even half an hour into this qualifying session as Biancolila makes his way towards the line in the 54 Musto Pescara car. Just have to wait and see if there was any improvement from Biancolila. And I think, looking at it, well, he went purple through Sector 1 in the GTEs. Set a good lap to target, so it set his personal best through Sector 2, and then it just seemed to slightly fall away from him in Sector 3. Ended up 2/10 down on the best lap so far, but yeah, it's his best lap, sorry. So went from fastest in Sector 1, good sector through Sector 2, but then, yeah, a couple of few tenths off through Sector 3, and that meant he finished just over 3/10 down on his own best. So yeah, maybe a slight mistake somewhere out there in Sector 3, but still, Chris, we've still got plenty of running to go.
That we do. Michi Hoyer catching up to one of the Astons. Nicely done! Oh, wow! Wrestling the number 18 into submission. Now, his entry into that final turn was a bit compromised. He would have wanted to have taken that a little bit wider, but did have to close his line down because of the Aston that was there. And again, nothing wrong from the Aston Martin there. They did. I think that was in Cousty for MCM Simsport. I believe it was there. Yes, it was. Just looking at their tracker, they didn't do anything wrong. They were minding their own business. It was just the bumps caught Michi Hoyer very, very slightly. He was right on the case. There was plenty of opposite lock and kept the car in check. That was. Let's see. That cost. That's a shame because they were just shy of a tenth slower on that last lap, and they were actually. And they were up in their second sector. They were slightly down in the first one, so it may have all come to nothing. And again, it's looking a pretty strong lap from Michi this time around. So getting again, it's just seeing those snap moments. That's where the bumps have to be respected, as trademark Kieran McKinley. But that's why you're getting a full idea on why you have to be paying attention the whole time. Even on less busy sections, we're coming into Shendebi, and now soaring away, the wheel gets around the B32 car. Didn't see which one of the LMPs that was pulled over. That's now on the almost straight. This is probably the only point where you have to get to breathe through the entire lap because your car is just bouncing around so much. There's a sigh there from Michi Hoyer as he's allowing himself just to relax a little bit. Even just getting into the corner, he's having to wrestle with the car to get it to behave, and that's into the pits then. Even trying to get into the pit lane entrance, he's having to wrestle that one. He's even it looked like he was glancing at us then. So we're being complimentary, Michi. We promise you.
We promise. I'm sorry, Michi. But yeah, it's almost like he can hear us. He probably can hear us. He's probably just muted us a long, long time ago. But yeah, making his way down the pit lane once again.
He's having I've just seen on
I love that. I love that. Fantastic.
Well, if you're going to do it, then now's the perfect time. It's probably coffee, actually, because tea's only really very popular here in the UK. But yeah, he's having a mug of something. I think it was Michi before that we saw doing something like that in a really, really busy lap. He then had a drink or something. Oh, there's a name that's changed as well. It's David Kalasai. That's now got that's changed hands again. That's 67 Mugenton racing car. Has he got a moment in turn one? Yes, he has. Oh, he caught it though. Nicely done. He caught that really early in the slide. Oh dear, that's close.
Had a bit of traffic there for Jimmy Nisala to make his way through. I think that was the Brazilian livery, the fantastic Brazilian livery number 13 machine on CKR. So let's have a look and see here. Now, this is where nighttime, this is where, that phrase, your eyes play tricks on you. You used to, be told when you were growing up, oh, your eyes playing tricks on you. Yeah, this is what that will be. I mean, the CKR car was on the racing line, possibly on a fly lap, but then just decided to exit stage left from the track to make sure the Miranda C-Stars car made its way through. But Jimmy Nisler has made his way back to the track. And with that, Mr. Buxton, I feel a couple of messages coming up.
That as it may be. So it's let's head over then to the first commercial break of this second qualifying session. As you can see at the top, we have an hour and a half remaining. Plenty of time, plenty of laps to come. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be good.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Simsports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry, NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here at Sebring. We are 30 minutes into the second qualifying session on the bumper of the Viaducting car. Letting one of the GTEs go, it looks like. So getting on with it, trying to improve their standing around the Viaducting car. So currently sit, but they're fifth in the DPIs with a 46.076. Figure out who's going to have which bit of track. Well, the Viaducting car has long since backed out of this. Look how dark it's getting out there. Now, from the spectator's side, it doesn't look quite as bad, but when you're at absolutely full racing speed, it's not going to take much for a little mistake to be really difficult to spot for some people. There's Manuel Biancalina, which I think was one of the cars that flew past. There he is, you can see. There's he looks pretty relaxed, doesn't he? Some people have the look of focus and sometimes look very stressful, but he looks like he's out for a Sunday drive, doesn't he? Is the Italian, but taking it all in his stride, but currently at the top of the GTEs for the number 54 Musto Pescara car. 1:56.987. He said last time around on another time lap. Again, not a lot in it. Didn't improve his previous time by much from what I can see on the chart, but still hanging on to that top spot. Only 0.05 of a second separating themselves, and the former top spot held by the Duties and Motorsport Club car.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, Biancalina currently topping in his team in the GTEs at the moment. But in this session, see, this is the thing we have to really make sure that we. It's a bit of a moment there for Biancalina then, just trying to get out of the way. This is the thing, though, Chris, is that when we get into this second qualifying session, we have to get out of the habit of saying, it's the fastest lap, he's on provisional pole. Not necessarily. Not necessarily with the average lap times. It catches us out every time, Mr. Buxton. It catches me out every time anyway.
100% true. It's, of course, in this session, we should really say is a better way to say it, of course. As a reminder, it is the average of the Q1 and Q2 times set by the teams that dictates where they begin. So, Manuel has brought that car in, so no time set this time around. I was watching on our cameras, Michi Hoyer was fighting his car something chronic. So he's had somewhat of a moment, I think it's fair to say.
Somewhat of a moment. That's fair to say. That's very fair to say. But yeah, looking to get back out there, very sharpish, getting himself out there. Believe we've just had a new fastest lap time in DPI. Naki Laslan in Sem 9 Axle, 43.696, which puts that car at the top of the standings in Q2. Many more laps to come there. There's Viaducting then. Down to the grass and hitting that wall there. That's not going to help the aero of that car. They'll probably have to come back and lighting up on the grass as well. Well caught there, but now it's just a case of making sure they stay out of the way. I think that might have been the satellite car just making its way through in G2. But yeah, Viaducting there, just making sure they get out of the way, keep out of the way as well. That's going to be an important point there. But they're back on track, and there's Christopher Kianek in the 82 Mugen Sim Racing. There's a bit of a slob on the wall. And makes his way now back into the pit lane. Just a slight loss of back end. I would have said a kiss, but it was more like a snog, wasn't it, against the wall?
More like a headbutt of that kind of range. But either way, there's another name change. Pedro Delgado now has hold of the Brazilian blazoned McLaren, the number 13 car, as we look at our new top time of the session. Again, as a reminder of this particular session doesn't mean that they are top of the tree. Indeed, the Sen 9 car, when it was being driven by Alistair Young, was struggling a bit. It was getting progressively, quicker and quicker as the session went on, but was definitely a struggle for them. So they may not get to the top of the tree. Well, indeed, good time to have a look at who is where based on their average times. So, it's Muradnis now at the top, not Burst. So Burst certainly held the rule of the roost for most, indeed for all of the first quality session. You can see it was just shy of a 10th between Muradnis and Burst after Q1, but at the moment it is now advantage number 64. Third is Unison, fourth, and there he goes, is Sem9. So they have got the top time of this session, but because they were 1.5 seconds down from the first session, that puts them average just shy of 8/10 from the average top spot. So that's going to be a very difficult amount of time to make up, considering the top Q1 time was that 42.9 set by Burst. So, Burst and Muradnis, in fairness. LMP2, let's have a quick look at them as well. Still Burst at the top of the tree. They had the rule of the roost Q1 and Q2, but again, only just from Sen 9, the number 21 car. They've got a bit more comfortable at the moment. Sen 9 2, Deuces in third. Deuces they were third in the first session as well. So the order hasn't changed as far as the LMP2s between Q1 and Q2. Let's have a look at our GT cars.
GT cars making their way up to the standing screens at the moment. Here's how they stand. So GTE, it is still Juice's Motorsport on average at the top of the table, not far between them. And there you can see Mr. Pescara 54 car does have a quicker time in Q2, but it needs to be a little bit quicker than that in order to try and grab pole position. Unison Racing in third place in the 717, much closer to Juice's this time around in this session. ID SimSport then in fourth place, the 166. Then in fifth place is the 45 DAS Sim Racing Lab machine. The sister Mr. Pescara car in the 53 is rounding off sixth place. Then the satellite car 264 in seventh place. Eighth place is the MCM Motorsport machine 27, and number 67 in position 9, Mugen Sim Racing. Taking us to our GT3 entries coming into this one. And let's have a look then. So it's Mugen Sim Racing at number 82, currently top of the standings with that average lap time. And so far they've gone quicker in this nighttime session than they did in the daytime session. Volante Racing by Aztec SimSport in the 585 in second place. And then third place is the number 13 CKR Brazilian liveried McLaren. Another McLaren in fourth place is the number 32 B32 Racing. They round out fourth place. Fifth place, the 777 DSR Gadget, who sit just in fifth place. Then sixth place is the 404 Glam Racing Audi, and seventh place the number 188 BMW of Telefoinigen.
Well done. You did.
Did I get that one? It's probably not listening.
He's not listening. He's too busy. Oh, the iris, please. We can't repeat what Peter just said.
Not that it was rude, it was just gibberish.
It was just gibberish, yes. The number 77 car, the Team Irish car, has changed hands. Damir Karatko now has hold of that one, coming over the line to complete the lap for the 77 car. Did that improve? It did not improve in time. What I thought Mr. Inkusti had caused the yellow flag. He's hit the wall. I thought he got away with that, but again, at that kind of pace, it doesn't take too big an impact to spin the car around. It's a shame. He looked pretty committed through that. It did not go well. Stephen Salsgaard in charge of the Gadget Huset Corvette. He's being hounded by that I think is the Viaducting car. Yep, it is. It's just gone past him. Nicely done. Now, this 777 car, as you can see, is sixth in the GT3s at the moment. 2:01.290 is the time they've set. They've got a delta of 8 tenths, I think, to the next car, which is Lee Russell in the Glam Racing car. Bouncing its way through the penultimate turn, through Le Mans, and now he's gotten over to the right. Oh, big one, he hasn't got that far. You see, I still get the corner names wrong. He's heading down towards that particular point. He's trying to get out of the way of the LMP coming up behind it. That's the 77, that's the Team Iris car. Well timed. So Steven Salsgaard was able just to mind his own business and even picks up a bit of slipstream off the back of the LMP car for good measure. We'll see if that helps them improve on their time through Sunset Bend. As we see another yellow flag. Well, the yellow flag is going to be a pretty common fixture in this race, I suspect. Through the final turn, is that an improvement for the treble 7? It's an improvement. No, not quite. It was about 600ths down that time around, so close but not quite.
Yeah, but
oh yeah.
Oh no, there's the Glam Racing machine trying to jump out of the way. I think that was the Glam Racing machine, was it?
No, I couldn't tell in the dark.
No, I was told it was the Mugen Sim Racing machine. My apologies. It was the Mugen Sim Racing. There they go, then making their way through. Christopher Kianik at the moment with the fastest lap time in that car in this session. And there's Steven Salsgaard in the 777 DSR Gadget Huset machine in one of the few Corvettes here in GTR24H. I'm glad to see the Corvette out there though.
The beautiful growling American machinery on home soil. It doesn't give it a home advantage, but it does scream its way or growl its way around the circuit. And again, the weather is not... it's nasty in places, but not nasty here. So again, the weather vacuum surrounding Sebring is playing its part and keeping all the wet weather away.
Yeah, it's getting up towards yellow, which what that means is it's equivalent to hail. We can't replicate hail, so it's just very, very heavy rain. So that's what we're going with there. But as you can see, it's towards the west of the circuit at the moment. And yeah, it looks like it's, looking at the weather front there, it looks like it might stay that way. So these drivers might be looking at some dry running for a good portion of this qualifying session. But the amount of uncertainty, the amount of doubt, especially here at Sebring this weekend with the weather, puts the drivers slightly on edge for this session. It's going to be, nip and tuck for these drivers. And as you said, Chris, at the earlier point of this broadcast, it's Florida. These little pockets of storms could just appear.
Absolutely true. The Sebring seems to have survived the weather so far. That doesn't mean it will do throughout the entirety of the weekend. As we look at the Team Iris car, Damir Kuritko, at least able to be with us at the beginning of the session. They joined very, very late in the first qualifying session. They are catching the back of the Unison Racing BMW. There they are, and you can see there are 5 drivers registered to take part in this race. So Tayin Lauer, Marley Varga, Betsy Horvath that we saw in the first session, Afkos Forgarks, if I can say it right, and Tom Dilton rounding out the field for that squad. Where is he? That's Tower. He's gone through. Getting through. Oh dear, the 717, the Unison Racing car. That's Max Brunovich getting a bit squiggly behind the LMP2, and that's Michael Slot for the Teleforeningen BMW being chased by the Brazil emblazoned McLaren. Oh, Manuel Bianca leader. There he is. I was just about to say he's won a yellow flag, and there he is off the outskirts of turn 1. As Michael Slot actually getting out of the way of the McLaren. Nicely done. So there's the drivers, just 3 registered to take part for the Teleforeningen squad. So it's Gerd Nielsen, Jan Brusgaard Jensen, and Thomas Brennegaard. And of course, Michael Slot. Thomas Brennegaard's actually registered for 2 different teams, so it's actually Michael Slot taking his particular position. So hence why the initial registration shows Brennegaard in there, but it is indeed going to be Michael Slot. As we see, he's had the We saw him, I think, solely or mostly in that car yesterday during practice, so he's certainly clocking up the miles in the BMW at the moment for the Telefor squad. I keep saying it so I can practice it, and hopefully I won't forget it for tomorrow. There's the DIS Racing Lab Porsche. That was facing the wrong way a few times. Again, we don't know who is in the car at the moment, but that is going to be either Andy Kurtzen, Yannick Gotthard, or Mikael Lundtoft. There we go, you can see the driver names there. That's the three drivers registered to take part in that car. They sit 7th in the GP right now with a 158.318. What have they got to find? 13 thousandths of a second before they hustle Kirsty, Alvaro Kirsty in the MCM Motorsport car. Another 19 thousandths before they start to head towards Lukasik. So very, very tight in that section of the GTE squad, GTE lineup in particular. So yet again, very, very tight timings as we saw in Q1. You can actually see the deltas in the tower there, with the exception of third to fourth, which is, what's that, 1.2 seconds. The times are really, really close. And over a lap length of this, it's nearly 2 minutes. To have a delta so close, or that many deltas so close, goes to show that the level of talent we've got. Oh, as the tail of the DIS Porsche almost got away there, very nicely caught by the driver there. So yeah, the talent we've got on show, he's come out of the lap, that's a bit of a shame. He's really telling that the times are so close, so it's really going to set up well for the race tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's something to look forward to as well. The fact that it is pretty close throughout the entire field right now, very promising for the race tomorrow. It does mean as well, with such a competitive field, here and there's competitive lap times. They are within the same postcode, if you like, but that is going to be a huge thing that they're going to have to really entertain themselves with. But if it's that close, it does mean the states get punished, mechanicals will get punished, and hopefully we have the best running possible for tomorrow. But in endurance races, 12 hours is a long, long time for everything to go perfectly right. So we'll wait and see how it all plays out tomorrow. But we've got practice. We had practice yesterday. Jimmy Nisela making his way out into the track, but there's the Team Vadukten car. And that's the back end just about stepping out, and definitely stepping out onto the grass, out of Le Mans, and making sure they keep well out of the way there. But yeah, that's not great coming out of Le Mans. And then there's Jimmy Nisela making his way out of the pit lane in the Maradnis E-Stars car. Now we're going to get a replay here of the Team Vadukten car. And Chris Buxton, this was just a case of, it looked like it was a loss of concentration, because the back end seems to step out just in towards Le Mans, then they get onto the grass. That seems to be like, is that an adjustment on the wheel? Something like that. But yeah, not great at all.
It could have been a loss of concentration. There's the first occasion where the tail steps. As he's corrected it, that's pitched the car over to the left. It just could be that he's trying to get it under control and it's snapping in those directions. Again, bearing in mind how the bumps are going to chuck these cars around. It could just be unlucky more than anything else, as we look at Sebastian Lukasik coming over the line for the 264 Satellite Racing Squad. They've got 5 drivers lined up for their team. So Juan Amaya, Tom Capsula, Sebastian Lukasik as mentioned, Jan Granqvist and Adam State are the 5 drivers lined up for the 264 Corvette. Alternatively, we could have been seeing the DPI car trying to make its own way into the pits through the wall. Wouldn't suggest it. It didn't go well on that occasion, and it's not likely to ever go well for anybody else.
It's a good point there. I would say a very good point. Sebastian Lukasik then trying to get that around the hairpin there. And back onto the power in the Corvette. Satellite Racing there in the 264, currently 5th in this session out of the 9 teams in the server right now, with that 158.241. And looking at it, puts them roughly within 2 seconds of the Juices Motorsports Club machine. And Juices here in GT have been really good at Sebring. They look really on the money.
excuses have been pretty odd all season long. They've been a regular front runner in the series. They lead the GTE standings by 10 points over Mugen Sim Racing with a win at Matsusaka and second last time out at Monza. So all eyes on them to do very, very well here in the GTEs. Michihoya back out there for Burst. Coming past, that is the Viaducting car, I believe. That's a big slide from Michihoya and over the grass. Well, that's is he on an out lap or is he actually on a time lap? That was a time lap that he is on. That's the squad for Burst Esports Simplicity, the number 18 car. So that is a Jesper Pedersen, Yami Simonchich, Michihoya and David Mrocek, as we saw in the first session. He had the rule of the roost of the car. In fact, he had the sole occupancy of the car in Q1. I'm fairly sure he had the lion's share of it in practice as well, although we did see multiple Burst Esports cars out there on circuit in the practice session. The third at the moment by, well, very little, just over 6.5 tenths. Oh, we're on board with Damir Karutko. So this is how it looks from the LMP2 perspective. So that windscreen wiper stuck up like that would just annoy me. Why is it facing north?
I have to say, I think once you get into the rhythm of things, I think it starts to evade your peripheral vision.
More than likely,
it's there. But you'll be glad. Oh, apparently, if you play VR, our production tells us you can't see it whatsoever. It'll be blurred because it's trying to simulate. It's trying to simulate the 3D vision when you're on I guess.
Nice. Oh, it's too close to your face in the VR view. So now I am a VR racer when I have the opportunity of it. So I can equate to that. Yellow flag other. I think that was the 82 car. No, there's Bianca leader in the 54 car. So he's gone for a wander somewhere. But I do my VR a bit differently. I don't do the in-car view for maximum immersion. I go bonnet cam, even in VR. Yes, I do it because I can see more. Simple as that. It looks strange, and I make no apologies for it. If it means I can see more, it means if I don't sideswipe someone, then I have a better race, as far as I'm concerned.
So, put that in the record books. Someone who races VR in bonnet cam.
Yep. Unashamed nonsense.
How do you know? Like, you're quite a way forward though in the bonnet cam, sure. So how does that? I don't understand how that works. When you look left, you just see like a tyre rather than a window.
You're not in the engine bay. You're on top of the bonnet. I mean, it would depend on the car. Like, for instance, the LMP2s, you can see actually from that front shot of the Sen 9 car, you've got the bonnet recesses there. So yeah, it would depend on where the camera is actually positioned. If it was like right on top of the bonnet and you look left and right, you would see the top of the tyre well. But if it's slightly above the actual bonnet line, it would actually, like, now look at the DPI car, the walls of the tyres are not quite as severe. So it kind of depends on where you put the camera. If it's actually nailed to the top of the bonnet, then yeah, you'll struggle to see anything left and right. But mostly you will see over the top of the tyre wall. Not that it gives you any greater visibility, although it very much depends on the internal layout of the car, because I've done some sim racing where the internal layout is so confined it looks like you're staring out of a letterbox. So you see very little anyway. The personal preference, at least I don't do the drone cam from behind the car. I can't imagine anybody at this level of sim racing actually does that.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, wouldn't it? If you look left and right, you just see, oh, hello, it's all the way over there.
I've done it once where I spectated in VR. That's quite an odd one. So what I did, I went on follow cam, but I sat on the roof of someone's car, and that was quite fun. It was like I was hanging on for dear life. Rather than actually facing forwards, I actually looked backwards. So I could have actually played spotter for that particular individual. Do we have a weather update? Potential for light rain. The weather radar's not quite working too well. It's just all grey. Maybe that's meaning snow. There we go. Oh, are we going to get some green over the circuit? Yeah, it's still... Oh, that's close there. But it's still looking like it's going to pass us by. Either way, though, the next half hour is done and dusted. We have barely over an hour to go. And an hour has already, or nearly already passed us by. So it is time for the next commercial break. So stick with us. Half of the second qualifying session still to come.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here at Sebring. As we've just seen, Inigo Anton bringing the number 21, the 7.9 axle car, currently leading the NP2. Well, that was quick. As Michi Hoyer now in third for Burst. Wojciech Polesny, our front runner in the GTEs. Deuces Motorsport number 74 car is still hogging the top spot. Peter Vogapov, we saw you for Unison Racing in the first quality session. Where are you? Fourth in the DPIs with a 1:44.189 on his next timed lap. That is just over halfway in the lap. Who has done a yellow flag in sector 3? Don't know. Yeah, there we go. I just saw it. It is Eros Masiuli for the number 53 car. Well done, Peter. Yes, that's brought your lap to a very conclusive end. Oh, Michi Hoyer for Burst has jumped up into second in the DPIs. 1:43.422. The new time for the Burst squad, or for this session of the Burst squad. 3/10 behind Muradnis. Jimmy Nusula still hogging the toys for the number 64 team. He's had that all night long. Michi Hoyer getting to grips with the particular car. So we didn't see him in the first session, and he is pressing on and doing pretty well to gain ground for the Burst Esports squad. Yellow flag again. That was quick, but I think that was Christopher Kienick. Oh no, it was Björn Kalila. It was the number 54 car again. But I suspect he's had to pull over and because he's just come out of the pit, so I suspect he's just letting people past.
Yeah, probably a wise idea then, I have to say. And that is something that you have to look out for. There is a stop.
There he is.
Manuel Biancalina.
That's on the exit of the pit lane. So yep, he's letting people go.
He's letting people go, rejoining there. Bit of dirt on the tyres there, but nothing a lap around Sebring won't hopefully try and rubber away and get away off the tyres. It will clean them up, scrub them up a little bit. But yes, a solid lap time so far from Musto at the moment. They need to try and get themselves... Well, it's tough for them at the moment because what they're doing right now is really trying to get themselves above and away. The only problem with that is that Juices are absolutely on fire at the moment, and that's going to be very, very tricky to get themselves up the order and up there to get themselves up there, really.
Very, very true. As we see Manuel Biancalida on the left of the screen again, the sort of fairly relaxed look on his face. I mean, he may well, you can actually see just by his arm movements, he is having to still work to keep the number 54 Porsche under control, but he just has that, you know, the swan analogy, calm on the top and legs working away like crazy under the water as we are heading through Shindebian now into heading towards that particular button. Now we're going through Shindebian. We've been doing this for 4 hours nearly, and I'm still getting that particular part of the second wrong. Into Le Mans, onto the Ulm Straight, and now Manuel has a chance to look at something else. Maybe keeping up with this chat message. What has Robert Pound done? The cameraman can't decide where he wants to be. What has Robert Pound done? He was having an incident, it looked like, at the end of his lap. There's a Jimmy Nusula, so not squandering any of the track time available to him. He's out there lapping pretty consistently. 1:43.101 still the team's best, or I say his best, is he's the only one that's been out there in the car in either qualifying session. Peter Vagapov in the number 17 car, got some traffic right ahead of him. 1:44.189 is his best so far. He's got about half a second to close in before he can start challenging the Sen 9 axle driver of Nakib Aslan. Was pole for a while. Speaking of, there he is, working his way through. As Alistair Young was in charge of the car in the first qualifying session, did get some decent laps in towards the end of the session, was found facing the wrong way and actually parked on the barrier at one stage. So, oh wow, that got a bit lively for Nakib for a little while, just coming out of Tower, now coming through towards Debian, just that right-hander there, into Le Mans, over the line. It's still pressing on though, may would have cost him a little bit of time, that little squiggly moment heading down that section of the circuit, but still pressing on. We'll see if he's able to continue improve. There's Michi Hoyer for Burst, still pressing on, and he jumped up into second earlier on, and still looking to climb up the table.
Still looking to climb up the table, still looking to see if he can get his way and his team up the order. Murad and Sea Stars are looking pretty good right now. Looking at the sector times, a tenth off, in fact 2 tenths off through sector 1. Let's see how he gets through sector 2. Lap time in there, or a sector time in there, and it's just slightly slower than Jimmy Nicola through sector 2, but not too far away. In fact, it looks like it's going to be an improvement on his best time to bring himself within 300th of a second of his own time. And now it's the final sector as we now follow him all the way through towards the end of the lap. There's Jimmy Nisela then, making his way through as well. Currently, Miranda Sea Stars top of the standings, which is exactly where they need to be. And I'm sure we'll have production run us through. And as it stands, I love the as it stands because it really does give us an idea of what the average lap times are, which we couldn't do ourselves. Jimmy Nisela then, fastest through Sector 1, fastest through Sector 2. Here he comes then, round these final couple of corners through Le Mans and back now on towards the Almond Straight. There's a car up ahead, right over to the right-hand side, probably the wisest decision possible. Let's see now as he makes his way towards Sunset Bend. So purple Sector 1, purple Sector 2. Oh, the car had 2 bites there. That's a lap abandoned there. Respect the bumps, and the bumps bit back.
Oh, Jimmy Nisela was on for an absolute flyer in that one. Let's see that again. That is, I believe that's Mitty Hoyer on the right-hand side in the number 18 car. So as he's gone, he, like you say, he was up in Sector 1 and 2, but that just got so lively. Locked up the brakes a little bit into the final turn, and away it went. You can have the best first and second sector, but the final turn will give it and take it away in equal measure. There is Robert Pound for duties in the M&P2 car, the number 15. Let's have a look at his lap as he's doing. He's a couple of tenths down in the first sector, but pressing on nonetheless. He's up by a tenth of a bit in Sector 2. So he could well find time, but it's difficult to make up a couple of tenths around here when the field is this close. There is Zoltan Vakoni in the 67 Mugen Sim Racing BMW. Currently third in the GTEs. How is your lap looking? Nope, that's not going to improve this time around. Don't think, no, it's not. That is who we have got lined up for the number 67 squad. So Zoltan Vakoni, Gogo Balog and Ronan Sukes. Now we did briefly see Roland in the car at the beginning of the session, but that has gone over to Zoltan Vakoni to see what he can do. Doing pretty well to get the team up to third for GTE.
So far from Mugen Sim Racing, there's fourth place in this qualifying session, the 166 ID Sim Sport machine, Marcus Stair. As he now tries to power his way through. I wonder if production can give us a quick rundown of the average lap times as we're approaching. We're now at halfway through this qualifying session, just over halfway through this qualifying session, and just need to give ourselves that little bit of a refresher about how things stand in all 4 classes. And I think, Mr. Buxton, well, I took the DPIs in the LMP2s last time around. I think it's unfair that it's your turn to take them this time around.
Why the devil not? So we'll go through that when we're able to see how the qualifying times stand. And let's have a look at DPI first. So Mirandis has the top time in Q2, and they've got the top spot only by a tenth, though, over the Burst Esport number 18, who were top of the tree just in Q1. In third, it is Unison. A bit of a gap, though, between second and third, as it was in Q1 as well. Then Sen 9 in fourth position with Adrenaline. Have we seen the 33 car out? I don't think we have, actually. No, we haven't seen the 33 car out for a while. They're not in the session at the moment. So they have been there. As you can see, they did set a time. And Team Viaducton are struggling a bit to get to grips with their car in these conditions. Now NP2, Sem 9 at the top of the tree by such a tiny margin. Just 39 thousandths of a second is what's putting Sem 9 at the top of the tree over the Burst Esports Glitter Sunglasses number 94. Then it is Duties, the 15 car, just by 0.3 of a second. Then the Satellite Racing number 164, Jimmy Tsuba is piloting that at the moment with the Team Iris car, the 77 in fifth position with some time to find, but they're still getting out there and getting the mileage done. Demir, we saw Demir Karutko with the 77 earlier on. He's back in the pits at the minute. Alas, the 241 and the number 7 we haven't seen this evening whatsoever. So that is the summary of the LMP cars and the GTs. Over to you, Kieran.
To me, oh my goodness, that's a brave call, Mr. Buxton. Juices Motorsports Club then still top of the standings on the average lap time. Very nice average lap time indeed. Then it's Mr. Pescara, the number 54, in second place. Unison Racing in third, the 717. Fourth place, Mugen Sim Racing, the number 67. Then it's the 166 ID Simsport in fifth. Mr. Pescara, the number 53, the sister car, in sixth place. Seventh place, DIS Sim Racing Lab in the number 45. Eighth place, 264 Satellite Racing, and P9, the 27 MCM Motorsport. And average lap times throughout GTE, 1.5 seconds. Not bad going at all from our 9 teams. Looking at GT3 then, it's Mugen Sim Racing, the number 82 at the top of the order. P2 then is Volante Racing by Acetec Simsport. Third place, the number 13 CKR. Fourth place, the number 404 Glam Racing. Fifth place, the 32 car, the B32 Racing Machine. The 777, the DSR Gadget Husit, is in sixth place. And seventh place, the number 188, the Teleforingen, is rounding off our 7 GT3 drivers. Or teams, I should say. Not drivers, teams. Got it. I got it right, Mr. Buxton. Before you go laughing my way, I got it right. You did. A second attempt, maybe a third of me needed. You know.
You were there in the end. It was so close, wasn't it? With CKR car just a few hundredths of a second ahead of the, I think it was the 32 car in the GT3. So again, very, very close. Oh, that's Peter Vagapov that almost sent that one off into the dust. We've seen how deadly that is. If you just put a wheel onto the slippery stuff on the outside, it tends to pitch you, or tends to put you on a fast track towards the pit wall. So, not ideal. Little wide line through Sunset Bend, which some people may prefer to try and mitigate some of the bumps. I suspect this isn't going to be an improvement for Peter. There is Inigo Anton, no longer at the top of the LMP2 lineup. That's gone to Damien Scavron whilst we were looking away. 143. Well, no, never mind. Before he could even say the words, Inigo Anton said, you know what, I'm not happy about that, and has just reclaimed the top spot for 79 Axel in the LMP2 category. 145.223. So 1.5 tenths separates himself and Damien Scavron for Burst Esports Good Sunglasses. So briefly, the 94 held the top spot in LMP2, but then has just swung back to the 21 car. There is Damien Scavron. He always looks very, very focused, very severe in his posture. Comparing that to Manuel Biancolini, that has kind of a more relaxed look about his posture. Damien looks sort of a little bit more, well, like I say, sort of more of a focus. Not saying that Manuel isn't focused, but you know what I mean. He's got a very different outlook about him. I certainly wouldn't want to be trying to speak to Damien right now. I think you might get a bit of a sharp answer and probably not broadcastable either.
Not particularly, no. I think that's a very fair way of putting it. You know, definitely a driver who is right now in the zone. Probably best just to leave him to it. And I think the team will probably tell him that as well. They'll probably say, just leave him to it. He knows what he's doing, Damien.
Absolutely. Who else is out there on a good lap at the moment? Well, there is Scavron. He's on an out lap, I believe. Yes, he is. And he's coming towards the end of it. So he'll be heading down through the last few corners, down through... Well, he's on Allman Straight, so he's got one more corner to do before another lap. Then in the books for the number 94 car. That's Inigo Anton after his new lap his last lap that put him on top of the tree, or put the team on top of the tree, I should say. The 79 Axel, they'll be pleased with that. Again, bearing in mind this doesn't mean that they're going to start in pole. It just means that they've got the best time of the session, and the average lap between the two sessions will dictate where they start. So that's the number 21 team lineup. So Josh Purwin, Inigo Anton, and Mohamed Alif. Now, I believe Kim Butler was supposed to be part of that squad, but he wasn't listed there, so Kim may not be taking part in this particular event. May just be 3 drivers for this 12-hour race. There's Robert Pound for the number 15 Juices Motorsport squad. He'll be joining Sabakis, Stein Prinz, Darius Andre, who we saw in the first session, and Balas Varo. There we go, 5 drivers registered for that squad for this event, as the Viaducting car is the one that's brought out that yellow flag in Sector 2. And Zoltan Vaconi has decided he wants to have an argument with the yellow flags. Oh, no, Robert, that's not ideal. So he's gone around the Gadget Hussein car. That's put him slightly offline, coming out of Gendebian, and that's that lap dealt with. There's still 3/4 of an hour to go before the checker flag falls on this night qualifying session. Oh dear, that's not gone well for the Viaducting car. What on earth did you do there, number 1? Well, they've lost the rear wing, so that's going to be a little bit uncomfortable for them for a while.
Yeah, I was just thinking there, I've got to be careful to bring that back. There's absolutely no rear downforce on that car, so it's going to be very, very sketchy there. You can see these cars, these hypercars, really do rely on aero. Really rely on aero. But, yeah, they're going to have to limp that one back. And I don't know if this is just catching the end of it. But here you can see it run rear wingless. And not a great moment there. Just trying to see where that was. Oh! That was the CKR car catching the rear there. Oh, the Viaducting car. So that wasn't... I don't think that was the reason the rear wing came apart. Because the rear wing was off the car before that even happened. So yeah, something else happened before then.
So Viaducting's day was made even worse by that particular incident. Whoa, Aslan, 4-wheel drifting the car. Again, more Tokyo drifting going on. We saw plenty of it in the first section. That was coming through Tower, where that just took place. Now into Gendebian and Le Mans curve for Akib Aslan. How is this lap looking? Let's have a look. No, that's not looking too hot for you this time around, I don't believe. Right, pressing on anyway, readying for the next one. Still third though third in this session, I should say, for Sam 9. Come on, peek out. And into the pits. That's not a surprise.
So just trying to really unpack what happened there. I don't understand what happened to Viaducting. I really don't. They must have lost the car and hit the wall somewhere out there, and then CKR gave them a tap as well. But you would have thought if they had have had a tap or whatever, that's where the rear wing would have come apart. But that's absolutely not what happened. So interesting. Well, they're back in the pit lane though. They will have to go through a couple of repairs before they can get their way back out onto track. But the most important thing is they have got that car back. There is Nakib Aslan in the pit lane there. You can see the car on the jacks and changing tyres, putting some fuel in the car as well. Away it goes. And there might be a car just ahead of that. Oh no!
That's not ideal.
Oh, that's not ideal at all. Yeah, director cut away from that. Save Aslan a little bit of blushes there coming out of the pit lane. Hopefully that car's okay, but not ideal. There's the Viaducting car back out onto track. Of course, much quicker repairs in qualifying than they would in the race. Once they get back to the pit lane, I believe then they can escape or do whatever they just can't escape out on track. Therefore, once they press escape and drive again, then they've got a brand new car. So the only difference there is they just can't do that out on track. When we get to the race tomorrow, Chris, none of that whatsoever. If you have a damaged car, you've got to bring it back to the pits. You've got to bring it to the pit crew. They have to make the repairs during your pit stop. So, yeah, best to get your mistakes out of the way now before tomorrow.
Very, very true indeed. And I think that Viaducting car's coming in. Is he? Nope, he's going to carry on. Can they improve? Well, certainly not this lap. That was somewhat compromised, as we saw at the 10 end of it. 146.076, still the team's best lap in this session. It's not gone well for Viaducting this round, has it? They have struggled a bit. They weren't towards the top end of the timing sheet in the first session, and we didn't see them at all in Monza, so their points tally is only 11 leading into this particular round, whereas Burton Simplicity have 53 on the board. I mean, they've almost had a clean sweep so far, and Viaduct's had to back out of that, or they've chosen to back out of it, as the CKR car all over the place on the exit of the hairpin there. So, yeah, that's both of their laps essentially compromised there. That's a bit of a shame. But they're pressing on nonetheless, seeing what they can do in the remaining time we have. As you see, 43 minutes of the session to go. Michael Giacalini in the Gadget Husick car. I've seen his name crop up a few times for yellow flags as Nakiu Aslan. Oh, that's close. I always wince when they get that close to the wall. That's the driver lineup for the Gadget Husick squad. So Carl Lukegaard, Michael Giacalini, who's been the sole occupant of that car all night long. Big button, Steven Salsgaard has been in that tonight. Matthias Harvig and Mads Hedegaard is also registered for the Treble 7 car. They remain in 7th in the GT3s at the moment with a 2 minutes, 0.716, kicking up a bit of dust on their way through. Oh dear, that's more trouble for the Viaduct car, facing the wrong way at Sunset Bend and getting out of the way of the CKR car quite nicely as well.
Quite nicely indeed, but yeah, just about got away with it as well. And there you can see Niki Vaslan making his way out of the pits and making his way out onto track. Is Niki on a lap? Yes, he is on a hot lap at the moment, but 9 seconds down on sector 1 is not a good sign to start the lap. So he's probably just making sure, going through the processes of warming up the tyres, warming up the brakes again. But there is Jimmy Nisela in the Miranda's E-Stars machine, the number 64, currently at the top, as he now makes his way through in towards the latter stages, or certainly midway through the lap, and just chucking that car in there and hoping it sticks, which it is. It's doing very nicely.
Yeah, he's had the command of the number 64 car quite nicely all night long so far. As I say that, it gets very, very quickly coming through. Jean Debian on board now with the number 64 as nicely out of the way for 2 of our GTEs. Yeah, nicely done. And maybe actually GT3s, difficult to tell actually in the dark. Into Sunset Bend, bouncing around. Good lord. You really get an idea of how hard that circuit is from the onboard shot. Over the line then for Jimmy Nislet. Is that an improvement? Yes, it is. A 42.814 to increase his grip of the top spot of the DPIs, and he backs out of that one, not wanting to agitate the Gadget Houston car ahead. That is still in the hands, I believe, of Mr. Cicciolini. Yes, it is. Cicciolini, and again, getting people's names wrong still. Oh no, he is deciding to pass it. I thought he was going to stay behind the Corvette, but there's probably no point in staying behind it. Oh, the 45 car is, of course, a checkered flag at Sunset Bend, it looks like. So there's probably a spin, not respecting the bumps, as we say. I'm guessing at Sunset Bend it was very late in the lap, and that's the most likely culprit, let's be honest, of a problem. So we ride still on board with Jimmy Nisela, or catching the apex a little bit hard there at the tower. And I beg your pardon, that was hairpin. Coming through the Fangio chicane. Just an oddly named corner again, chucking the car in, getting it to slide through the tower, now down through Bishop. It's amazing considering the raw power of these things and how fast they are, and still they just drift the car with wild abandon.
Which is great to watch, isn't it? Absolutely chuck it in there, hoping it sticks. It does stick, and that's the level these drivers are at, that they are so confident in the setup, they are so confident in their practice, they're so confident in how the car's set up to them that they can chuck it in. They know it will stick. As Jimmy Nisela on a flying lap at the moment, 3 seconds down on the first sector, so yeah, predictably having been 3.5 seconds down in the first sector, just making his way back into the pit lane. But still, Miranda Esports topping this session, and there's the B32 racing machine making its way through, looking to start another lap here at Sebring.
Indeed, and that brings us to the top of the hour. That's the 32 squad. So again, whilst we don't know who's in the car at any given time, they are the three drivers that will be in charge of it. So Kari Holmer Hofgaard, Rasmus Borgqvist and Pelle Anderson will be those in charge of that gorgeous McLaren. So then, time for another commercial break with less than 40 minutes remaining of the second qualifying session. And still plenty of laps to be completed, and we're not seeing a lot of people just sitting in the pits doing nothing. A lot of people are really getting out there and maximizing their track time, which is good to see. So let's head to commercial break. Let's see what the remaining part of this qualifying session has in store.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here at Sebring. Final 34 minutes now of the second qualifying session. The ninth session is drawing to a close, but still plenty of laps to complete. This seems as good a time as any to have a bit of a summary on where we stand as far as our qualifying grid looks. Now, as a reminder, it is not just this session that counts, it is both this and the previous session that was running the daylight hours that the average of those two times that decide who starts where. So let's have a look at where we stand. Please, production, if we could have that.
Get into it, Chris. Give him a chance.
I know, he's telling me off. He's telling me off.
He is.
DPI then. So Miradness E-Star still at the top of the tree by a tenth of a second only over the Burst Esports Simplexity squad. Unison in third by, again, a very narrow margin over this Sem 9 Axle team. And the Team Adrenaline car we haven't seen for a while. And the Viaducting car has been really struggling in this session. So they are 5th and 6th in the DPI class. In LMP2, ruling the roost is Sem 9 Axle by less than half a tenth over the Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses number 9014. Again, bearing in mind it was the 94 that led the first session. That just goes to show how close it is over the both sessions. In third is the 15 car of Jesus Motorsport, and then it is the 164 Satellite Racing Team in fourth with Team Iris at the back of the field. Sadly, we haven't seen the 241 or the number 7 this evening. Care to take the rest, Mr. McGinley?
I will indeed. And it looks like it's Jesus Motorsport still at the top. And indeed it is. Juicy's Motorsport Club 74 on P1. Then it's P2, 54 Musto Pescara on average then. 0.124. It's been mighty close between those two teams all throughout. Unison Racing then in third place in the 717 BMW. Fourth place, the number 67 Mugen Sim Racing. Fifth place, the 166 of ID Simsport. Sixth place, the 53 of Musto Pescara. Seventh place, the number 45 of DIS Sim Racing Lab. Eighth place, the 264 of Satellite Racing. And ninth place, the 27 of MCM Motorsport. Again, 1.5 seconds, the average lap time covering the entire GTE field. Very, very close between them all. Looking at GT3 and leading the leaderboards, it's 82 Mugen Sim Racing on that 1 minute 57. Second place is the 585 Volante Racing by Aztec Simsport. And third place is the number 13 CKR Brazilian liveried McLaren. You're not going to miss that out on track day or night. Fourth place, the 404 Glam Racing Machine. Fifth place, the number 32 B32 Racing Car. Sixth place, the 777 DSR Gadget Husit Machine. And in seventh place, the 188 Telefoningen on the back of the GT3 field. And that's your entire order, Mr. Buxton.
Thank you kindly, Lord McGinley. As we switch to the Unison Racing number 17, still in the hands of Peter Vagabov, who has had the rule of the roost of that car all night long. Who's causing a yellow? It's Marcus Stayer again for ID Simsport. The 166 GTE car has caused the ire of the flag marshals. That's not ideal. Oh, that's close. That's Angel Benegas in the MTM Motorsport car that was a little close there to the flying DPR, but there was nothing he could do. He's not obliged to jump off the racing line. It's always the prerogative of the faster car to work their way past the slower one. David Mrocek back in the 18 car, which now sits at the top of the DPIs, I notice, with a 143.122. And Nakir Aslan in the Sem 9 car is now second. Have we lost one of our DPIs? We have. That's why I got a little confused there. We're down to 3 again. As Steven Salsgaard in the Gadget Husen car is now winding up for another lap. That last one. That's the Gadget Husen squad, as we went through before. So that car has come out from Ciccolini and handed over to Salsgaard. 2 yellow flags out there. Gerd Nielsen, the Teleforeningen 188 BMW, as well as, I believe that was Maciej Kaspersik for the Aztec Simsports Lanti squad. Yes, it was. Oh, bounced off the wall on the run into turn 1. Oh, that's getting a little bit busy, and that's why we had 2 yellow flags. Oh dear, Gerd Nielsen, he's literally just got in the car and been taken for a spin somewhat. He's minding his own business, getting out of the pit lane, and then wallop.
Just a casual wallop into the rear left quarter panel. Not ideal, but these things happen when you're so competitive and trying to launch the car into turn one. Lee Russell in the 404 Glam Racing Machine. Now, we've seen a lot of Henrik Oyer in the machine. Haven't seen a lot of Lee Russell. He's making his way out there onto the track, and as you can see, Henrik Oyer, Callum Wilson, Jakub Kowalski, and now Lee Russell takes to the track and looking to see if they can try and break in and get a better lap time on the board. They have about 28 minutes on the clock. As I looked at the timing screen, 28 minutes exactly as far as I can see on my screen. So time to do it. Let's see if he can do it. Oh, he's not going to do it like that, though. Kissing the inside wall, and that's going to be instantly abandoning of that lap. And that's not going to help that front right quarter panel.
No, but it's a decent effort, though, from Lee Russell, getting the 404 Glam Racing Audi up into third place. You're indeed correct. It was Henrik Oyer had the lion's share of that one. Oh, there goes the 45 car. Tail just let go yet again. Turn one claiming another victim.
That was close. That was so close.
Wow.
How did they not connect?
That looked, that may not have been as close as we thought it was, but now the number 45 is like, yeah, I'm just going to stay out here for a while. Don't mind me. Doing the absolutely right thing in rejoining at a sensible time, even though it's costing themselves more track time. Holy moly. I love the fact that the rear wheel spun up as if it was a panic to get some traction and get out of the way, which it may well have been. May well have been a panic to actually get back out of the way as Jimmy Nussler. Jimmy Nussler has actually put the Miranda's car. They reconnected again. That's, again, they were one of the cars we lost. So the number 64 is now back in session for the remaining 26.5 minutes. Angel Benegas in the 27 car, the MCM Motorsport GTE car. 158.305, their previous best. Let's see what they can do this time around in the Aston. Is that an improvement? Answer is no, not this time around. That is the lineup, the three-driver lineup in the 27 car. So that is Alvaro Habanor, Angel Benegas, and Ricky Jimenez as well. So it's just Angel we've seen all session long. I think in the practice yesterday as well, it was mainly Angel Benegas in that car. So we're seeing a few more yellow flags popping up now. So Demir Karutko in the Team Iris number 77, just getting a yellow flag out there as well. So tiredness beginning to kick in. The weather certainly hasn't changed, so I suspect this is a few kind of late mistakes. Sebastian Lukaszczyk, another spin. Oh, and another dead rear wing. If you're a marshal down there, you're getting quite a collection.
You're getting quite the souvenirs, aren't you? The problem is, which one do you take home if you're one of those virtual marshals? Yeah, it's turn one once again, but this time clipping the inside wall, and that really does unsettle the car. Lukaszczyk then is just trying to limp his way back to the pit lane now so that he can get himself a new rear wing on the Corvette. And I have to say, without the rear wing, the Corvette looks very, very different, doesn't it? Very, very so used to seeing that big rear wing on the back. It looks very different now.
Does indeed. That is the Satellite Racing Squad, who are going to be practicing the 264. So that's Juan Amaya, Tom Capsula, Sebastian Lukaszczyk, as Jan Grenqvist.
That's dear. What happens when you don't have a rear wing on the car. You see how much these cars, no matter what disciplines, are so reliant on that big rear wing to keep the car in check. Without it, you really do get a loose back end, and just any mid-speed corner, you just do not have the stability at the rear. It gets so light and so easy to spin the car around.
And Adam State was the fifth driver for that particular squad. Yeah, and Sebastian Lukaszczyk, unsurprisingly, just jumping over to the right-hand side. It's also driving habit as well. You practice driving these cars in their optimal condition. Obviously, you do. So then when something like this happens, where you lose all your downforce on the rear, it's really, really difficult to adjust properly. Again, no matter the racing discipline, no matter the category, that's true for anybody, pro or amateur. It's very, very difficult to undo your kind of racing habit from how you've been driving that car for forever and a day. Another yellow flag. Who is that? Didn't see it disappear too quickly. So Jimmy Nusela, having reconnected to the session, and the number 64 car is back out there. There's Derek Mrocek back in command of the number 18. Marcek Kaspersky in the Aztec Sim Sport Audi, second in the GT3 class. 158.088, half a second to find to get towards the top spot. That is your Aztec Sim Sports by Valenti Racing team. Those commanded at 585 is Niels Hugevenen, Marcek Kaspersky, Elcio Neto, Alexander Sesha, and Daniel Trezani as the Audi comes back in. It's listed as first now. Did they just at a time? No, they didn't. So we've lost our GT3 leader. That's a few cars have disconnected. Again, their times do still count, as obviously they've done several laps in the course of the session. So they will still be on the board.
They will indeed. It just live timing. They will disappear temporarily, but their lap times are still recorded. They are still being counted, and they will go towards their average lap time, their best lap. So it just means it's a little bit of extra work for us to make sure we try and keep on top of well, actually, they might say Newgate Sim Racing is in third place, but they might not be. That's the long and the short of it. Just in that bottom left-hand corner, that's a bit of a weather front west of the circuit. That's starting to build up and develop, and I wonder how close it's going to get to the circuit. I mean, we've got 20 minutes left of this qualifying session. I think you could hedge your bets on saying we're probably going to have dry running throughout, but I mean, look at that rain starting to develop there. It's so close to the circuit. I mean, that's in sort of 5 minutes' time. That's where the rain is going to be. So it's not really that far away here from Sebring. It's just that, whoa, there's the back end from Zoltan Bakoni. Well held, Bakoni. Well held.
It looked like it was easier trying to tame a wild horse than get that car under control, but he did manage to do so. Well done, Mr. Bakoni, as we switch back to David Mrocek in the number 18 Burst Esports Complexity car. Trying to close in 0.3 of a second he has to find to get on par with the number 64 Mirandis E-Stars car as he dances around. Is that the Gadget-Hausen car he's dancing around? Yellow flag, that was very brief, so someone's probably wandered a little bit wide there. Is Mrocek going to do it this time around? That is what the Burst Esports squad looks like. So Jesper Pedersen, Jeremy Simicic, Michi Hoyer, and David Mrocek as mentioned. No, David has brought that one in, so not going to complete that lap. Not too long left of the session, just 20.5 minutes. So it's very much do or die on whatever they're going to change in time for the race starting tomorrow. As we see Maciej Kasperczyk, I will get that name right before the end of the day. Well, I'll try to. Still in second position though.
They've got a 12-hour race tomorrow, so you've got time, Mr. Buxton.
True enough.
Have time.
True enough. Or to get it progressively even worse as the time goes on.
I've just realised we've been in this qualifying session for a long time, and I have neglected our YouTube chat. Hello, YouTube chat. Nice to see you all. Hopefully you're all having a good time. Nick Euclid was asking about Juices. Hopefully you're having a great time, Nick. Day one at festival. Hopefully you're having a great time. Yeah, I can say Juices are doing quite well. So we'll see how they get on. But yes, if you've got any questions in the last, what have we got now? Just under 20 minutes left of this session. Feel free to get them in there. We'll try and get them answered, or to the best of our abilities anyway. We'll see how it goes. Wherever else you're watching, hello. Hopefully you're in for a good 20 minutes or so towards the end. And I suppose when we get towards, give it about 5 minutes, Mr. Buxton, we'll probably give just a quick run through of average lap times before we get really into the neck of the woods in the last sort of 5 minutes of the qualifying session. So we try and get an understanding of where we go from here.
That sounds like a plan, sir, as we look at Inigo
Not often. It's not often I make a plan, Mr. Buxton. It's not often. But when I do, they maybe don't go well.
So that's the 79 squad as mentioned. They originally had 4 drivers. King Butler seems to not be in the list. He was originally, but is not now. So May Rogers not taking part in this event. Yellow Sector 1, who's that? Don't know, disappeared too quickly. So that's probably turn 1 claim, or trying to claim another victim. Inigo Anton leading the way in LMP2s. 479 Axel, 145.223 on the board. 1 little bit tenths ahead of Damien Scovron. That yellow flag is Manuel Bianca leader again. I swear he's going for a record. As the Musto Pescara number 54 was top of... they disconnected, so he's still top of this session. And I think they have just disconnected from the session, which is also something we may find. Teams that have decided that enough's enough, they don't want to see out the last bit of the session, may opt to drop out rather than see it through. I would imagine any practice will be viable, so it will be in their best interest to maximise their on-track time. Eros Masiuli, we haven't seen you a great deal, no 53. The sister Musto Pescara car getting a bit lively, coming through turn 2. But that is how the sister team looks. So that is Eros Masiuli as mentioned, and David Greco, who we have seen in the car. Michele de Alejandro, if I'm saying that correctly, Michael Francesconi and Riccardo Pera in that car, or due to be in that car through the course of the event. I'm sure I am butchering every single name to the best of my ability. I offer my apologies, but I do what I can. I'm an ignorant Englishman after all.
Ignorant Englishman. If only it were alliteration, because that's fantastic. But yes, well, no, you're the what did I say? The GTR24H whimsical wordsmith and metaphorical magician. There you go.
You are far too kind. You're wrong, but you're far too kind nonetheless.
Well, I don't know, Chris. I don't know about that. Well, I mean, I designated that at Matasaka, I think it was.
You did. you reminded us of it actually yesterday in the practice show. As we see, again that Porsche getting very unhappy, coming through Le Mans corner onto the Ulm straight. It's not going to be agitating the traffic ahead of him, I would have thought. Fourth in the GTEs, as you can see, how much has he got to gain? Just 2.5 tenths to get on par with the 166 ID Simsport car that has been piloted by Marcus Steyer all night long. And that's into the pits. One position change I have just seen is the CKR car, the Pedro Delgado in the Brazilian blazing McLaren is just set their team best 158.793. Oh, and trying to go airborne as we switch steering. I mean, that's not the idea of high flying, but they're pressing on nonetheless. He's having a good old time out there, is Pedro Delgado. So yes, just jumped up to third position, just over a tenth ahead of the 404 Glamour Racing car that is in the hands of Lee Russell. As they are coming through the hairpin now and heading through the Fangio chicane. Again, it's oddly named chicane because it's not a chicane whatsoever. Now into Cunningham Corner with a bit of traffic ahead, but not likely to agitate the McLaren. That will, though. Getting a bit too lively coming through Collier Curve there. That isn't going to help the lap time any. At less than 15 minutes to go. And still some times to see. Jimmy Musela, what have you done? I think you've parked the car, I think is what you've done. So, are we going to see any last minute changes? Well, only one way to find out is to stick with us whilst we get the last one. Looked like the tail of that turn. Number 13 was getting a bit lively again. Strength. Damien Scoveron hasn't lost any determination, hasn't lost any commitment in chucking the number 94 car into these corners. I would say that these things aren't designed for rallycrossing, but we have seen quite a lot of Tokyo drifting going on tonight.
It's been great fun. We also saw it last night as well, but yeah, just some of these cars are quite nervous coming through some of these high-speed corners, and that's going to add a little bit of a challenge towards tomorrow's race. I mean, we're seeing these cars at their lightest with good tyres on them, so imagine what they're going to be like when they're on low fuel. Bit of tyre wear on them, yeah, they might be a little bit more nervous, there'll be a little bit less traction coming out of some of these corners, so should be interesting to watch in tomorrow's race, and especially with rain on the radar. You know, tomorrow could be very, very interesting as Scoveron now makes his way out. It's a bit of a lean back from him. I think he knows this lap is not going to be the best lap possible as he crosses the line. Last lap time was a 45.718, so yeah, he knows that wasn't quite the lap time he wanted, and now he's just got to press on and keep going. And well, as we head now, how long have we got left? We've got just under 13 minutes left to go. I think, Mr. Buxton, this might be an ideal time to run through some, well, how it all looks right now, as David Scoveron is really, really not happy out there.
No, he doesn't seem to be, but he's still determined to press on as he's gone past the duties number 15, it's Robert Powell in that car. Didn't believe the cause a yellow flag, but I think that's just because they slowed down a little bit more than anything else. So for the last break of this session, let's have a look at the average lap times then. Is there a major change? Let's have a look. DPI still in the hands of Moradnis by a tenth of a second over Burst Esports Simplicity, and still a tenth of a second between Unison and Sen 9 Axel. So no change in the DPI teams just yet. And again, Adrenaline and Viaductum not changing. Let's have a look at our LMP2s. Is it still Sem 9? Let's see. Yes, it is by still half a tenth. So Burst Esports, Good at Sunglasses, still pressing on to try and do what they can. Damien Scoveron, that's why he's been pushing so hard to try and recover just that tiny bit of time to get the number 94 back on the top spot. Duties still in third with 4 tenths over Satellite Racing. And Timo is still finding little bits of time here and there, but still some improvement to find. Over to the GTEs.
GTEs then, let's see how many changes there have been. Well, Juices Motorsport Club still at the top of the table then, but look at that gap has come down. Musa Pescara have the fastest lap in Q2 so far, but it is not enough to get themselves up to the top spot. Still couple of minutes left in the session though, still could all change. 717 Unison Racing in third place, with the 67 Mugen Sim Racing in fourth. Fifth place then the 166 ID Simsport, with the sister Mr. Pescara car in sixth place, the number 53. Seventh place the number 45 DS Sim Racing Lab. 8th place the number 264 Satellite Racing, and 9th place the number 27 MCM Motorsport. Looking then through the GT3 grid order, the average lap time so far, Mugen Sim Racing, the number 82, still topping that table. Second place, the 585 Volante Racing by Acetec Simsport Machine. Third place, the number 13 CKR. Fourth place, the number 404 Glam Racing. Fifth place, the number 32 B32 Racing. Sixth place, the 777 DSR Gadget Husit. And seventh place, the number 188 Telefoningen. Rounding off our 7 GT3 drivers. Over back to you, Mr. Buxton.
Beautifully done, Mr. McGinley. Beautifully done, sir. Right, final commercial break then of the session. Then with 10 minutes remaining. And when we come back, we will have our grid decided for the 12 hours of Sebring that will begin tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central European Time. Do rejoin us shortly for what will be the culmination of a very, very action-packed qualifying session. Don't go anywhere. It's still going to be lively.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to the GTR24H EEWC round number 3 here at Sebring. Qualifying session is going to be drawn to an end in less than 6 minutes time, and even in our commercial break we saw a few people having a few off-track excursions. It looked like the viaduct and car was actually trying to leave the circuit at one stage. Marcus Stayer in the 166. Whoa, that's gonna hurt. Yeah, bang. That's dear oh dear. Yeah, a few people introducing their cars to walls. In Scarfron in the Burst Esports Good Sunglasses car. You just brought yours into the pits then. Still second in the MP2 category. Very little time to do anything about it. There's Wojtek Leslie. I haven't seen you in a while. For Deuces. Over the line. Is that an improvement? No, that's more of an outlap. Or just winding up to get on with it, but only time for about 3 more laps then in the Aston as he nearly drops that onto the grass, but no, he's going to press on the Czech Republic. Ace! Oh, he's pushed that a little bit too hard. Didn't respect the bumps, did you? We warned you enough times.
Respect, but yeah, a bit of kick of oversteer from Polesny then, as he'll still try and press on. The Juicers Motorsport Club, it's a very fine margin they've got. We saw just before the ad break that they have at the top of this average qualifying. It's not a lot, and if Musto manage to get themselves a little bit of a quicker time, the pressure then does start to mount on Juicers Motorsport to try and make sure they keep a hold of top spot in the GTE class in qualifying. But we will have to wait and see how that all plays out. And we have not got long, Mr. Buxton, to find out how that's all going to play out.
4 minutes remain until the checkered flag falls here at Sebring for the night qualifying session. As we continue to watch, the Deuces and Motorsport number 74, Wojtek Pelesny, is working his way through the double left-hander and down towards Jindebian before he hits Le Mans. Now, we've seen that car already get a little bit lively, so I'm not expecting this one to be an improvement. And there you go, using every available pixel of space on the exit. Oh dear, that was someone at the back of the shot that got that one rather wrong. I couldn't quite see who that was. Who's caused the yellow? It was Sebastian Lukaszczyk in the Satellite Racing number 264. That's who got it very wrong. Can we get a replay of that then? And that is the 264 car. Now, it looked like as he's come through Le Mans. Oh wow, that let go well before he got to the apex and then headbutts the wall. And that's your day done there. It's Darren Mrocek, who has not reclaimed the top spot of the DPI timings for burst. That still belongs to the Maradnis E-Stars squad. Is that going to be the lap to do it? Possibly not. There is Damien Skowron still pressing on. 2.5 minutes remain. Kieran McGinley. It's do or die, all or nothing, feast or famine here at Sebring.
Absolutely, and that's exactly the way we like it to be. It's crunch time as we enter the final 2.5 minutes of this qualifying session, and Damien Skowron here is going to be on full attack. And there's Damir Kuratko, who we haven't seen in a while in the Team 77 Team Iris machine, one of the great liveries out there. Third place as well on the right hand side, the number 11 Sem9 Axel machine. Nikhil Aslan has been behind the wheel for some time here. But yes, all to play for in these closing stages. GTE is mightily close. The whole field is mightily close at the moment. Musto Pescara do lead in this session, but they do not lead on the average lap time. That's what's important. The average lap time is still under 1/10 of a second between them. So they have been remarkably close across both sessions. It's been fantastic to watch.
Yes, this is going to be a lovely preface to the race tomorrow. Even though it's 12 hours long, we don't expect them to stay in a very, very close proximity for all 12 hours. That'll be great for us commentators and hopefully for you as well watching along if it does remain that close for 12 hours. But that will be a difficult feat to pull off. That was Iwas Mashiuli, again, hopefully pronouncing that correctly, the Musto Pescara number 53 that caused that yellow flag there. So that was towards the end of the outlap, so I dare say that's probably getting out of someone's way. There is Damien Skowron's determined face again. I saw at one point he actually was sort of led really forward and almost had the steering wheel like that. He's sort of leaning forward and almost putting the steering wheel in his chest. I mean, that is determination. Less than a minute to go. The final laps need to begin to decide the grid for the 12 hours of Sebring.
They do indeed, and Damien Skowron comes across the line for what will be his final lap of the session with only about 30 seconds to go, and he backs out of it because he would have had to go down the inside of the CKR machine if he just did not have the room. So for Damien Skowron then, that is his qualifying session done and dusted. And so no further improvements from the Nashville Berskadar.
He's trying to leave the circuit in a rather dramatic fashion there.
He is, isn't he? Yeah, trying to. But yeah, no further improvements. Sem9 Axel still at the top of this qualifying session. But how will that play out with the average lap times? Let's have a look again. I think we're going to see Damien Skowron back out of this move then. He was thinking down the inside, but then just thought against it, which is probably and definitely the wise decision. But that was him off there into the barrier. Good night, he says.
Oh, that's the Iris car that's getting squiggly. Kiriko has had a few lively moments in that 77 car. He's sort of gradually gotten quicker and quicker as the session's gone on, but it does wind itself still towards the tail end of the LMP2 category. Despite them obviously being with us for the entire second qualifying session, they were very, very late to the first one. The checkered flag is of course now out. Whoa, that's a big slide there for Inigo Anton in the Sem9 Axel number 21. That's probably going to put pay to any improvement for this lap, but they still find themselves towards the sharper end of this timing session. Damien Scoville, we know, is already backed out of his lap, so he'll be bringing that in to park it. Oh, wow, Anton is still pressing on to get every available 10th or 100th or whatever he can out of that car. This is really to secure the top spot. He won't know that Scoveron's already backed out of the lap. Oh, that's dramatic for... you're maybe celebrating qualifying's over. That's an unusual activity to do right in the pit lane mouth. Most people coming in, that is someone completing their lap. That, I think it was the viaducting car completing their lap. No, possibly not. No, yes, it was actually. It was the viaducting car. So, qualifying is done. So, there it is. So this is how the grid is going to form. Do you want to take the LMP categories this time, Mr. McGinley?
If you'll let me, I'll absolutely take
Be
it.
my guest.
Moradnis Esport E-Stars then. P1 going in towards tomorrow's race. They'll be absolutely loving that one. That is their second pole position, back-to-back poles for Moradnis E-Stars. It's Burst Esports Simplexity in second place, but there see a 10th of a second in it over 2 qualifying sessions. Unison Racing then in third place in the number 17, fourth place the number 11 Sem9 Axel, fifth place the number 33 Team Adrenaline, and sixth place the number 1 Team Viaducton. Looking at the LMP2 class and see how they get on, because that was a very close field at a certain point in this session. And, Inigo Anton, we saw really on the limit on that last lap. Didn't find that improvement, I don't think, but it is still enough, though, for Sem9 Axel to claim pole position in the LMP2 class. That's their first pole position of the season. Burst Esport Goodar Sunglasses in second place with the number 15 Juices Motorsport Club rounding off the top 3. P4 is the 164 Satellite Racing. Fifth place, the 77 of Team Iris. No laps recorded for the 251 Cyberlinks Racing or the number 7 of Team Iris. Over to you, Mr. Buxton, for the GT classes.
Thank you, sir. So let's have a look as the server switches to daylight. Let's have a look at the GTEs then. So it's Juices Motorsport, the number 74 team. By 13 thousandths, they managed to maintain that tiny gap all session long to keep the top spot in the GTE field. Then it is the number 54, the Musto Pescara car, is going to start alongside them. Mugen Sim Racing in the number 67 will, again, by 300ths of a second over Unison Racing, number 717, will take on third and fourth in class. Then it's the second of the Mastaro cars, the 53 starting in fifth with ID Simsport in sixth. DIS Sim Racing Lab in 7th with Satellite, the T64 in 8th with MCM Motorsport. Again, look how close those times are all the way through the field. So that is the GTE field done and dealt with. Let's look finally at the GT3 cars. And it's Mugen that take the top spot by 2/10. That's a surprising gap, actually. It's one of the bigger gaps we've actually had for the pole spot in a class. In Volante in second place. And it is quite a gap back to the CKR car as far as average time is concerned. Of course, how they actually fare in the race will be a very, very different matter entirely. So in fourth is the Glam Racing number 404. Then it's the 32 car for the B32 squad by barely half a tenth between the Audi and the McLaren. Then it's the Gadget Huset car in fifth with the Teleforeningen number 188 at the tail end of the GT3 field. But so much racing action to look forward to tomorrow. This should be very, very interesting indeed. Do we have anybody wanting to come and have a chat to us, I wonder? Anybody listening in, please do come and have a chat. Not mandatory, of course, but it would be great to have some insight from our drivers. Looking forward to tomorrow's race.
Yeah, and I just seen Nick Newcomb in the chat there. Very happy with Juices. Yep, absolutely. P3 and P1 in respective classes. Yeah, fantastic. Let's see how Juices get on in the race tomorrow. And also, João Barbosa was briefly in the chat if you're still around, João. welcome to you, and hopefully you enjoyed the stream. And I hope everybody enjoyed the broadcast tonight as well. We've got ourselves a bit of rest to catch up on. So too do our drivers as we build up towards tomorrow's race. 12 hours of Sebring. And as always, respect the bumps. That's going to be the briefing I'm going to give the drivers. That's my one and only bit of advice. But maybe the second part might be watch the back end through turns 1 and the final corner. That might be an also good bit of advice. We've seen a lot of nervous back end of cars in those sections, but it's building up to what should be a great race with weather thrown in as well, just to add to the mix. Is there a reason you shouldn't tune in tomorrow?
None whatsoever, Mr. McGinley. And it does look like our drivers are deciding to catch up on some well-deserved rest after what has been a very intense qualifying session here for the 12 hours of Sebring. We'll be kicking off tomorrow at 2 p.m. CET, Central European Time. So adjust for your own local time zones and do tune in for 12 hours of Sebring to see us to the midway point of this year's EEWC here at GTR24H. We do look forward to having your company then. Thank you very much for joining us throughout this stream, either live or post-event. We look forward to seeing you for the race. Until then, thank you very much and goodbye.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.